Hi guys. Welcome to stream. Nationals time. That's gonna be fun. What do you guys say? Those who have seen it already. I've only gone through them a little bit. And then I saw the discussions in the Discord that were very entertaining. Monka is hold on to something. Yeah, I just I had to wipe my tears a little bit and stuff before. This is why I took so long to start the stream. 17k words for a patch. Let's go through it, I guess. Holy dude. This is holding a funeral. Unlucky. And what is he doing? They're nerfing my build, oh no. It sounds like they're nerfing everyone's build actually. So there's that. There's such a bad vibe around this patch, so we be concerned it's gonna suck. Well, I mean, I've seen this happen like 1,000 times, and TLDR, people always cry way too much. You know, baby rage is real. So most of the time it's kind of fine anyway. And on the other hand, you know, if you look at what they're actually bringing to the table and those like new stuff, there's a lot of really good stuff. So outside of, oh no, they nerfed my build, you know, the patch is incredible. So, but we'll see how bad it actually is. Only saw a few examples. Let's go through it. Dawn of the Hunt Lake. Okay, start fresh, standard, hardcore, whatever. Okay, it's like all the new stuff. 15 new sortable items. So this is mostly the runes, I guess, right? It's gonna make it into a new game all over again. And that's also cool, I guess. Okay, weather credit key, Warlords and Essences. Okay, endgame changes. Here's the corruption of the others now have central crowded nexus. And okay. The mission nexus will begin the task of cleansing the source of corruption. Complete this task and receive crystalline shards. Okay. And boss for each faction. Disappear in a corrupted nexus. Additional corruption monsters. Corruption have their visuals and damage is improved. Corruption areas no longer implicitly have +1 to area load and now much more likely to have modifiers. And modifiers can be more powerful. Oh. Wait, so they actually removed like +1 from the total map tier, right? So the highest map now is 17 instead of 18. That is a map stash, yes. Yeah. Cleansing and access will cause surrounding maps to become cleansed, which have their own set of monsters and rewards. Faction orc fractures, random modifier. Okay, in order to open a crowd, the nexus has to waste some place centers, you need to have at least 4 modifiers. Oh shit. Alk and go, guys. You can now respawn the map if you die. At least everyone gets a respawn. Okay, you'll be able to enter next game as long as you like. Once you start a boss fight, the respawning system will change. If you decide to rush the map boss without interacting with any of the other map content and die, you will respawn at the boss checkpoint, and only the map boss will be present. All of the other content and monsters will be removed. This to prevent cases where players will be able to farm multiple copies of the same rewards by dying on purpose. Interesting. So it actually like reloads the zone basically when you die or what? Wait, no, they said only when you go to the map boss. Okay. That is even more unreachable, yes. Oh, my plans command is a bit outdated, huh? I need to patch to automatize on D4. Oof. I mean, the good thing is that, you know, if they bring powerables down, they can also bring them up again, right? They can then, you know, get a better picture when people like try new builds and whatever. And then they can see like what needs more tweaking. I don't think it's so bad to kind of start from a lower point if you have to. Tablets, except obviously tablets inherently add twice as many mechanics to towers using higher tier waystones. In towers also increase the number of mechanics applied by tablets by tier 15. The bonus is double, allowing a single tablet to now add 4 times as many things as before. Wait, didn't it have like multiple slots for tablets? I thought. Maps can now spawn with extra content. Number of maps affected has been doubled. Also scales based on map tier. Getting monsters acquired from activation has a chance to grant monster modifiers to the remaining rare monsters. What? That was a thing? Increase the chances of rare monsters to have 3 or 4 modifiers in maps. This is mostly compensate for the removal of rare monsters granting the modifiers to other rare monsters on death. What? When did that happen? Like, what is that? I've never heard of this. Okay. What a system. These are great patch notes. It's gonna be fun making builds. Yeah, probably. Let's see. Waystones can no longer drop at a tier lower than the map you are in. How waystones are obtained in West has been redesigned. Our intention is to make both sustaining waystone drops much more reliable, and this depend on random elements. Waystones drop by final levels will always be 1 tier higher. It's actually interesting. You can actually like really like, you know, rush to tier 50 maps, right? Like this. If you are strong enough, like even on League Start, right? If you're strong enough, you can just get to like tier 50 maps probably in like a few hours. Final map bosses and the final naturally occurring rare monsters in tier 1 have a 100% chance to drop a Waystone. This chance scales down as you get a higher map tiers, so this will guarantee you appropriate investment into Waystone suffix modifiers. Okay. No chance of Waystone drop for tier high from Atlas Passageway. No demand of Waystone currently available. Sources of map boss have a chance to drop a Waystone, have been replaced by increased quantity of Waystone. Doriani now has up to 10 Waystones available to purchase either at tier 1 or 1 tier below your highest completed tier. Okay. When does he reset though? I'm not sure how Doriani works exactly when you buy. Can you just buy them? Like forever? Because then, like worst case, you can just buy 3 maps and then put them in a mixer, right? Seems like a lot of Waystones. Well, honestly, I think this is actually a pretty good change. Because realistically, you just like have like, you know, hundreds of shitty low tier Waystones, and at some point you just filter them out, so you don't care. So this system makes a lot more sense, I think, you know. If you full kill a map, you get 1 Waystone, you can go to the next map. And then occasionally you get like some extra drops, right? Here and there you find like random. But you have a guaranteed one from the last rare or from the boss. The bosses, you can also like, you know, hunt down bosses to get higher. So if you, for example, run out of tier 15s, or you go do a tier 14 boss map, you get one back. Or you can just like, you know, kind of like go to the tier that you want much more easily. And either you stay in the tier you want to be, or you go up. So that's nice. And Doyani can provide you with some of the lower tiers if you really need them. You were trading level 5 up to 15 at some point. Really? Level 5. You can, providing you don't die, a lot getting to the 15s. Yeah, okay, but the thing is that if you start dying all the time, then you don't really want to go up, right? So if you start dying all the time, then this is the, you know, the hint that you shouldn't go higher, right? And you should like first gear up more or whatever. So you kind of just like keep blasting on whatever is comfortable for you, and you're fine. Was rubbing the PoE1 players wrong with the slower playstyle. A lot of negativity. Yeah, honestly, I do enjoy a slow pace. So I am much more on the side of nerfs than I am on the side of buffs anyway. They just need to make sure they don't overdo it, right? You know, you don't want to like push people that are excited to play the game like away and, you know, potentially sabotage yourself, right? So that's kind of what they need to be aware of. On the other hand, you know, maybe they understand that, okay, this is the first league now, and, you know, they try to like set a appropriate baseline. And right now in early access, it's easier to do these kind of big nerfs and stuff, right? And do like big balance passes. Where later, when the game is more matured, it's not gonna be that easy. So I think their plan to kind of like do these big changes now and then maybe, you know, adjust stuff a bit more granular might be really good. If that's what they're planning. It's much harder to go up from nerfs as it's come down from hyperscaling. Maybe much easier, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like buffing is always easy. Nerfing, people always vapor rage. And if you nerf a lot, people vapor rage a lot. And that's how it is. But the thing is, you know, once they start playing, all of that will be forgotten at some point, and people are gonna play some OP builds anyway, and it's gonna be fine. And then they can still start buffing, you know, underperforming things. Making gameplay continue to feel satisfying is the most important. I agree with that. Like, I think a lot of people are not excited about PoE2's endgame. Well, number one, because it doesn't have that much content as PoE1, but also number two, because at some point it kind of just becomes so trivial, I feel. And then it's not really exciting anymore. I feel like going through the campaign, doing like the early maps and moving up in the tiers, you know, doing the bosses the first time and all that stuff, getting your ascendancy, like all these things are like really cool, right? It's like you're kind of struggling, but you're also progressing, and you know, at some point when like the struggle completely falls away, basically, it just feels like there's something missing. When you just walk up and you like kill bosses in 5 seconds or whatever. Which I mean is kind of cool as like an end goal, right? If you're like 100 hours in on your character or something and you're like that powerful with all the gear, that's okay. But then you kind of like, you know, there's no journey anymore. You're done with the journey, and that's fine. But I feel like we reached that point way too early, you know, where people were just kind of blasting through everything from start to finish. And there was never really much going on. That's funny, Richard. You don't understand why nerfs the builds nobody plays because they're so bad, like Stormweaver and Fire. Hey, don't call me out like that, dude. That was my last character, Stormweaver Fire Sork, okay? Maybe they thought it's too powerful, guys. I almost managed to kill difficulty 0 Arbiter after 7 minutes. Okay, let's see. Waystone's chance granted by Waystone service has been reduced. Okay. Leave Waystones number at 40% increased Waystones instead of 30% quantity. 30% increased Waystone drop chance instead of 30% quantity. Okay. Where's 5 different unique flavors? Wait, does that mean, like, wait a minute, 30% Waystone drop chance? So they say that there is like a guaranteed drop from the final rare or from the boss. But then this guaranteed drop scales down on higher tiers. So I guess if you're when you run unidentified, then this chance scales up again. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. So this means that on low tiers, there's no point to run unidentified. But on high tiers, there's a larger payout for running unidentified. What's my take on GG and the uniques? Are they missing the mark? I have to say that I think item design is a lot better in Path of Exile than in Diablo 4 right now. And okay, many uniques are kind of like low tier items, like low level stuff and so on, which is mostly a result of them making the low level bases first, because you can't make a unique for a base that doesn't exist, right? We have all these advanced and expert bases and stuff that they're replacing now, and they're adding a lot of uniques now that they have the bases in the game on the higher tiers. But previously, it's just like a result of the development process, I guess. You know, the low level stuff comes first, basically. So I don't think this is like really missing the mark necessarily. There's lots of kind of interesting stuff. But it would be nice if they would, you know, give some way to actually use some of those uniques in endgame. You know, some of them are just like really cool items and you just can't use them. Like especially weapons have that problem, I think. You know, like there are like 2 unique crossbows, I think, in the game, and they're both like level 5 weapons or something, right? And that kind of makes me sad. So if you look at this, yeah. Yeah, look. This one has no level requirement. This one is level 4. Yeah. And I mean, these have cool effects and all, right? If you find them in Act 1 or even Act 2, you're gonna blast and it's gonna be fun. But then they kind of like expire. So I would really hope that they would do something like around this here, maybe. I guess weapons have that problem the most because they have such an important scalar for your setup. People are asking, am I happy with all the nerfs? I haven't read through all the nerfs. I'm still looking at the top part here. The mapstone, waystone changes. Address the curse being multi. Wait, can you explain? Can you explain how leech will work with this change in Ascendancy? Mana leech recovers based on other damage types as well as the physical damage. Where's the base amount? I think the idea is you get physical leech from, you know, a roll on your glove or something, and then it will also count for other types. You know, just the same value. It's just mana leech. Because there is no elemental mana leech, I think. I think that doesn't exist. So you can't get it anywhere. You can't, you know, this must be the physical. Early on, it said if you applied multiple curses, they were multi, not additive. I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, which curses are multiplicative? There's like Enfeeble, Temp Chains, and then like, you know, the 3 elements, the chaos, the physical curse, and that's it. I don't know what you're talking about. The first time seeing the patch notes, I only briefly skimmed through them earlier. Every curse was. Yeah, let me just like kind of mark this here. Are you talking about this here? Modifies the curse object has been changed to instead apply the curse magnitude. This means that they are additive if any other modifiers to the effect of the debuff on the target. For example, curse magnitude and spell magnitude are now additive. You're talking about this? Yeah. Okay, they nerfed the curses a little bit. Oh my god, man. That is unnecessary though. 1.5 seconds delay. I feel like I'm missing my curses so often already because of this fucking delay. It always feels bad because it drains like 60% of my mana when I press my curse. Like on a, on a attack build. X Blast can now only detonate curses of which at least 50% of the duration has expired. Wait, what about Blasphemy? This means you can never explore curse life in infinite duration. Yeah, so Blasphemy doesn't work anymore. Curse also be visually different when 50%. If the curse duration is expired, if you have Hex Blast equipped. Explosion rate Hex has been increased. Wow. Yeah, this is the bottom, so that's what you just saw, right? You mean this part here. Curse effect is not the same as curse magnitude. For example, curse magnitude and sum magnitude are now additive. Okay. Check the old. I think here they just did like a mistake in what they wrote, and then they fixed it. So this was the intended update, and this was just a wrong patch note. So yeah, basically what this means is that if you have two separate stats, for example, you had a slow magnitude and curse magnitude, they will just be the same now, basically. Just like how the damage increases are the same. Curse takes 1.5 seconds to happen and lasts 6 to 8 seconds. Yeah, this is rough. I mean, with persistence and skill effect duration and weapon swaps, like my curses on my sword, for example, they last like 20 seconds or some shit. But yeah, the 1.5 seconds delay is rough. I'm not sure why this is necessary, honestly. Like, they really love watching you miss your fucking curse, it seems. Alright. Remove chances for Waystone to drop a tier higher from the Atlas tree. I do saw this already. First 5 different uniqueness you complete, now each grant 2 passive points. Okay. The specialties of some maps have been adjusted to account for the addition of amazing spirits. Add new modifiers. Okay. The anti-paradise knight has 200 to 400% increased XP, Piercy 150 to 300. Oh no. A new crafting mechanic called Recombination has been added to Expedition, which allows you to select 2 mods on 2 items. Oh, it allows you to select mods on 2 items. Yeah, I was kind of confused about this because people told me, yeah, you can just choose what you want or something, and then hope for the best. But when they showed it off in the preview, they did not choose anything. They just put 2 items there and clicked the button. And I was like, what? But apparently you choose. It allows you to select mods on 2 items, hoping to get the best elements of each on a single item. As you select more mods, the chance of success decreases. If you are not successful, the item will be destroyed. This will be unlocked as you complete your first expedition and requires artifacts found in an expedition to fuel it. I wonder which of the expedition guides, or like all of them? How does it work? Top 3 classes based on patch notes. I don't think that any of those 3 is in the game yet. Because it seems like everyone else is oof. We don't even know the 100 new support gems. No. But the thing is that, I mean, there could be like some potentially crazy combos or whatever, but most support gems are not really like, really game changing. If you take this support or that support or whatever, most of the time it doesn't matter too much. So I don't really expect that we're gonna see something crazy coming from the support gems, but maybe. It'd be interesting if they put it inside of a crafting expedition last step. Do you want to merge this item with anything? Yeah, I mean, this is what it is now. Like, the recombination stuff definitely sounds interesting, and I'm definitely gonna go for this and try how good this is. For SSF especially, I think it's gonna be huge. I also said to rebalance all the current gems too, but it's only one line of text. Yeah. Good luck tomorrow, I guess. The Lich tag in my Discord DMs. Okay. Hear me out. Unholy Might gets 30% chaos. You can buff with Blackened Heart. A lot of 50 plus chaos nodes. If you go after the high mana, might make Unholy a powerhouse. Yeah, I mean, mana stacking and then this Unholy Might thing definitely looks. Yeah, 4% increased magnitude per 100 maximum mana. So I need 2500 mana to get 100% magnitude. If you get to even 5k mana, you have 200% magnitude. It's odd. Yeah, for party buffing and stuff, this is definitely huge. But I'm not sure how much mana you're gonna get. They said they're gonna nerf mana. Why did it nerf Oaksworn? What is Oaksworn again? Wait, what item type is that even? I don't know. Biddy? Minion shield. This is why I don't know it. Okay. I have spirit on it. Okay, I remember seeing this actually. Okay. It no longer provides plus 50 spirit, now provides 50% life regeneration rate. Yeah, log out. Really? I mean, 50 spirit is nice and all, but it doesn't have much else, right? It's like not that crazy. Okay, block chance, chaos verse. Okay. Those two stats are pretty decent, I guess. And then spirit, but it has like no life, basically no ES, no mana, nothing, no res besides the chaos. I don't think this is even that crazy unless you really want your spirit somehow. But now it's definitely kind of bad. I guess like 50 spirit usually means like an extra minion or two, right? Yeah, I understand. It's just so like stacking spirit. Anyway, let's continue. Because tablets suffixes, precursor tablet suffixes that grant additional base chance or random extra current now and grant increased chance. Mm-hmm. Modify that provides increased item rarity. Now has values of 10 to 15. Okay, whatever. So they nerfed a bunch of stuff here. Even nerfed the breach. Okay, all bosses are affected by difficulty, and Monaco can now drop all of their specific unique items at any difficulty. Mm-hmm. Dude, Simulacrum, one guys. Guess it's time to try it this time. I only done one Simulacrum right at the start at some point when I had enough sminters. And then I failed it somewhere in like wave 13 or something. I don't even know if there's a boss. Is there a boss in the Simulacrum? Like, and not Kosis and Omni. When does POB get an update? Well, whenever they have the patch to download. I mean, they probably data mine it, right? If there's no patch, there's no update. Okay, there's actually no boss in Simulacrum. Okay. Then I guess it's not that interesting. 13, 14, 15 has double bosses. Okay. Nice patch notes. I'm so excited. Can't wait for 17th of April. Oh man. Okay, Pinnacle boss going now takes roughly half the amount of time to unlock compared to before. In addition, Pinnacle boss have been made easier, difficulty 0. Okay. Players no longer lose experience from dying in Simulacrum, Twisted Domain, Aurora's Arena, and some logbooks. Crux of nothing. Okay. Move to the location of the stash in Simulacrum to make it harder to accidentally start the encounter. Reduce the power of notables on a league-specific Atlas tree. For acquiring logbooks, breach sprinters, Simulacrum sprinters, and an audience with the king. Okay. So this means, I guess, with investment, it's gonna probably feel somewhat similar to before. And without, it's gonna be much easier. The Delirium encounters now reward one Simulacrum sprinter each time reward type is filled. That is huge, actually. Like sometimes I would do an entire map on tier 50 and Delirium, clean the entire thing, and then I get just no splinters. Like what? Or get like one splinter or 2 splinters or some shit. Simulacrum splinters can now be obtained for Delirium cards in all map tiers. Okay, seems like Simulacrum is gonna be a lot more available. Not sure if I like that. I really dislike they brought Delirium. But maybe with the visual changes they're doing, it might be fine. But yeah. I think all the other league content they did is nice, but Delirium is just kind of like, I don't know, annoying. Simulacrum is awful. Like, couldn't they at least like make something interesting with Simulacrum or something? I don't know. The spinner for Breach sounds fun. They didn't say it needs 150 spinners, right? They said it's like twice as easy to access, so I guess they can add more spinners. But maybe it's just 150, I don't know. Either way, it's the same. Reduce the intensity of the fog. Yay. Monsters spawned from Breach has been reduced. A higher percentage of the total number of Breach monsters are now spawned earlier in the encounter. Yikes, man. You're gonna walk in? That's what's gonna happen, guys. You're gonna walk in with your freshly nerfed build. You open the breach. Stuff spawns all around you. Packed. You can't move anywhere. You're gonna instantly annihilate it. Oh, man. Always appears with short rewards in map areas. So there's small chance for an additional omen to appear. I really wonder how this will play out with the omens. Because it's probably just gonna give you like these like shitty, recover life and mana and whatever all the time. Yo, Elio, thanks for that sub, by the way. Appreciate it. Instead of game on in-game map area, logging back into the same character would now place you back inside the map instance if it still exists. Nice. Okay, Atlas passively changes. Add support for as many spirits and rogue exiles. The more notable is the with existing ones. That evolution has been replaced by a keystone called Ecological Shift, which causes your maps to have 40% more chance to contain random extra content and 20% less number of monster packs in your maps. Okay. I mean, the random extra content is only the small stuff, right? There's like the exiles and the strong boxes and the wisps, I guess. Anything else? Interesting. So Deadly Evolution was the keystone that gave rares. No, sorry, that gave bosses and rares 1 to 2 extra modifiers, I think. So you actually don't have bosses with modifiers anymore. Which, I mean, to be fair, is not such a bad idea to remove. Like, I was running this for a while early on, and it was insane sometimes what happened to some of those bosses. Like, I remember fighting fucking Balbala in a tier 15 map, and I just couldn't kill her because she would constantly go into the cloud and then invisible, and she had fucking energy shield mod. Every time I try to eat for that energy shield, she went invisible again. Like, what the hell? Was a massive loot multiplier. Yeah, that's for sure. Crumbling walls, Atlas Notable now has 10% chance for additional breach. Okay. Steam Archaeology no longer causes monsters spawn of 20% of their life missing. Unlucky. Some nerfs. Of course. Okay. General improvements. In order to work around a common crash. Okay, we talked about that. Reforging bench and town have been repositioned. Mobs can now appear in certain Act 1 areas. Added a stash to the treasure room in the Trial of Chaos. Wonderful. As if there was any chance I would pick up any of those shit items from the Trial of Chaos. Oh man. I guess, okay, it can help with the fragments if you want to go for the boss. Many fire skills now visually burn grass in areas. Cool. The jumps performed when using escape shot and toxic growth now allow you to jump over enemies and small amounts of terrain. Vaulting impact. I also received this change at altar day. Later date, okay. Oh. Change severity core to gold quant now. I wonder how much. Grenade skills now have a small amount of random variation in travel distance and firing multiple grenades at once. Okay. Layer changes. Yes, base attack speed for unarmed is now 1.4. Okay. These builds, Freeze now builds up roughly 48% slower on enemies. Oof. That was actually a massive change. Player base ailment threshold is now half of maximum life, previously all. Yikes. Presence radius is now 4 meters, previously 6. Yikes. Monster modifier stolen from rare monsters such as ruby heads of whatnot had the effect they provided to players adjusted to be more appropriate. Whatever that means. The cool version of Candlemas Essence now provides 5% life instead of 8. Okay, so they did not buff life builds, I suppose. You don't understand why grenades got gutted. There has to be a reason in new gems somewhere. Yeah, it's a bit weird with the grenades. Okay, the Worn Sandals trial of the second one's affliction now grants 30% less movement speed if you've hit by an enemy recently. Previously 25% reduced movement speed. Okay. Wonderful. Blocking a hit by raising a shield or parrying now gives you a chance to avoid accumulating heavy stun build-up equal to the chance you would otherwise have had to evade the hit. That is a very nice change. Unified stun mechanics and terminology between players and monsters. The stagger that players suffer when blocking too much damage with the shield raise is now a heavy stun. Players are still unable to be heavy stunned unless a mechanic specifically states otherwise. Okay. Players can no longer be light stunned while the shield is raised. Modifiers to curse effect have been changed to instead apply to curse magnitude. Okay, we saw that. Player created objects as ice crystals no longer have a monster power value. I didn't know that, that's funny. So can like Warcry. Ice crystals can no longer apply on kill effects such as Hell of Ash or Tremble Toes Overkill. I saw this actually, which is kind of stupid. Like people would just like summon like 50 ice walls on the boss and then trample toe. Like they would like pop one and then also pop, and then it just multiplies the damage times 50 and boom, one shot. So that's good. So it's like really cheesy. Shield wall too. I've never seen shield wall in action. I don't even know what it looks like. Players have 50% more light stun threshold per time stunned in the past 4 seconds. Your heavy stun bar now doesn't start emptying until the heavy stun animation has finished. Stun duration on players is now 3 seconds, previously 1 second. Oh my god. Players cannot block or evade hits while they're heavy stunned. Critical weakness stacks now track duration individually rather than refreshing the duration of all stacks when a new stack is gained. This is probably pretty important because I remember, I think people use Eye of Winter, right, to get critical weakness. Where else do you get critical weakness? There's some sources of it, but like a popular one was Eye of Winter. The filling chase, there I know, guaranteed double charges. I didn't see it yet, but it sounds nice. Sandstorm Visage and Malice. True. Wait a minute, this is actually the same as like Eye of Winter does? Inflicts critical weakness on hit, yes. So you have to stack it 20 times to get 10% base crit. Actually, it doesn't say any duration. Like, how long does it last? Nice. Or like 4 seconds or some shit. Pinned targets can now no longer evade. Ooh. Pinning a target now also causes them to be light stunned. Interesting. It's like quite a buff to pin. What class would I play? Yeah, I'm torn between Huntress or the new warrior with a spear. I might do the warrior actually, and then just go spear. Fully broken armor now causes enemies to take 20% increased physical damage taken from hits. Now that is actually big. That's actually a nice buff. 20%. Actually makes breaking armor somewhat valuable. It also makes consuming broken armor really bad, I feel. Unless you break it again instantly. That's a nerf. What do you mean? It says more damage versus you as well. Well, it doesn't say that actually specifically that it works against. Like it causes it says causes enemies to take 20% increase. Maybe monsters have the same mechanic when they break your armor, but it doesn't really happen often. It's increased, not more. Yeah, I think damage taken effects are always increased, so you always like stack additively. But the thing is that they're like almost multiplicative anyway, since you don't have much of it. You know, there's like shock, there's this, and then who knows what, you know, a few other things. There's not many increases to damage taken. Minions now spawn with their skills on cooldown. Okay. Assassin boosted 7 hours, 30% more damage and 20% more area. Ooh. System minions granted by Ascendancy passive skills will not automatically be summoned when you allocate the passive for the first time. Players and monsters now only count as moving while moving, rather than for the whole length of many animations that have some movement during some part of them. Setting a stat to a specific value, such as cancer inoculation setting a life to 1 or blood magic setting a mana to 0, now occurs before conversion is applied to that stat, rather than being ignored by conversion. Okay, so this kind of kills like all of this, you know, crazy Eldritch Battery, Everlasting Gaze, goes with combo, basically. And that's good. Then why do monsters break people's armor often? Not really. It's mostly in Sonacrum, I think. I think in Sonacrum there can be a mod where monsters do that. But outside of that, doesn't really happen. Ascendancy changes. Now it's getting interesting. The surprising strength of Ascendancy notable provides 50% more damage against heavy stunned enemies, previously 40. Earthbreaker provides 25% chance of same skills to cause aftershocks, previously 20. So they buffed Titan. Okay. Warbringer. Warcaller's better Ascendancy passes skill that causes Warcrest to explode corpses, dealing 25% of the life as physical damage instead of providing corpses in your presence explode in your Warcry. This allows a Warcry area of effective skill to cause explosion radius. Ah. So this causes the Warcry itself, and this is in the presence. Okay. The total charm Ascendancy passes skill has to have less block chance. What's that thing again? Block damage from all hits while shield is not raised. Yeah, it's basically acrobatics but for blocking. That is actually really strong. This node is actually nuts how good this is. Like you have 75% maximum block. 25% less means you have 53. Wait, is it correct? 57. Something like that. That's still pretty good. In case in Jade's skill has been reworked, it now consumes all stacks of Jade you can guard based on the maximum life for each stack of Jade consumed. I wonder how much. So this is effectively something like Molten Shell or something, or Steel Skin that the Ascendancy has now. Okay. Quite buffed Warbringer here. The power shell aura from the Ancestor Spirit total grants allies 80% increased defenses and 40% increased block chance. Okay. Chimling Legionnaire, enhanced effectiveness Ascendancy node, also grants 20% less attributes. Okay. This is for like the stat stacking, right? This is like the double stats thing, I believe. Yeah. Oof. Not too unexpected. Integrate efficiency passes currently has swap position with gem studded. Okay, so we want to switch. This is gem studded. Integrated efficiency. So you first get 2 copies. Oh, now that is actually real good. They moved the 2 copies into the first slot. And then you have this there as a follow-up. No longer provides +3 skill slots. Instead, it causes skills to gain 20% increased damage per socketed red support gem. Skills gain 6% increased skill speed per green and 20% crit per socketed blue. I suppose this means only the skill itself, right? Not all of your skill. Interesting. So it's either like 120% damage, 36 skills. Actually, wait. 100% damage, 40% speed, 100% crit. Okay. Don't think Gemling's as bad as some are making it out to be. Now, Gemling is still very powerful. I mean, this is definitely, you know, a nerf. But this is quite a buff, I think. The implanted gems Ascendancy no longer provides +1 level. Instead, it provides a choice between 2 to level of all strength, dex, or int gems. Okay. +2 is actually legit. Even if you just use it for like your main skill and nothing else. But you have to still go for the quality. And this node has like a huge variance depending on what you're using. Okay, I think these are pretty good changes, honestly. Okay, Witch Hunter. No Mercy Ascendancy passive skill now causes you to deal up to 40% more damage to enemies based on a missing concentration, previously 30. The Obsessive Rituals Ascendancy now provides 30% less armor, previously 50. Sorcery Warfare recharge delay has also been reduced by 2 seconds at all gem levels. Interesting. Quite a buff to Witch Hunter. What's the delay on this? Recharges after 8.1 seconds. Now it's going to be 6.1 seconds. And then you can make it 50% faster, so it's going to be 4 seconds. And where previously, with the 50% faster, it was like 5.7 seconds. I really want to make a Witch Hunter, man. I might make one. Shock burst rounds and galvanizing shards. Gonna play a Witch Hunter, I think. We'll see. Deadeye. Fulfilling Chase Ascendancy passive skill now provides when you consume fancy shards, you count as having consumed twice as many. Okay. That's actually legit. Deadeye buff, no nerf. I'm very surprised. I expected there would be nerfs to Deadeye. That is actually wild. That this is the only patch note on Deadeye. What? Okay. I mean, I'll take it. I might play another Deadeye. Pathfinder. The running assault ascendancy passive now grants 30% less movement speed penalty from using skills while moving. Previously 30. That is nice. The location of this passive skill has been sought to Relentless Pursuit. Which one was that? Oh. Yeah, log out in that case. Like, what the fuck is this? Relentless Pursuit. Okay, the connected chemistry ascendancy passive skill has been removed. And during Elixir's no longer has a prerequisite. Okay. That is actually a nice buff, to be honest, because this is not great. I mean, okay, it helps kind of with this, but this is the big thing. And taking this for 2 points is actually not bad. A new multi-choice practical remedies ascendancy passive skill that provides the ability to allocate grounding, stick, dowsing vial, or falling campfire, which provide immunity, shock, immunity, ignite, and immunity freeze. Okay. And the new sustainable practice ascendancy with a skill which provides 30% of evasion also grants a mental damage reduction. Requires practical remedies. Oh, that's interesting. That's actually pretty good. 30% of evasion. So let's say you have like, I don't know, 80% evasion, you get 27% damage reduction to elemental. That's pretty nice, actually. But it needs 4 passive points to get there, and you have to path through this shit. I guess I can take freeze immunity. Because ignite, who cares? And shock, who cares? So it's basically just freeze immunity to get there. And this. Who knows the concoction? These have one charm slot as you have to take one immunity for the area reduction. It should be no brainer for evasion builds. Yeah, the elemental reduction is definitely nice. Like, elemental damage is dangerous. Isn't shock immune kind of large? I don't know. I feel like people always overestimate shock. Like, I don't know. I don't care. I know, like, in PoE1, people are also so obsessed all the time to get, like, you know, elemental ailment immunity, and they would go so far out of their way to try to get it. And I was just shaking my head every time, like, guys, like, what the fuck? Ignite, you press your life flask. Freeze, you press the other flask for the immunity. And shock, I mean, who cares, you know? That's, I don't know. Just avoid electricity. Don't stand in the lightning, yeah. Deadeye almost never gets nerfed. Must be one of the dev's favorite class. Understandable. Okay, Acolyte of Sheola. The Embrace the Darkness Ascendancy now provides 8 to maximum darkness level instead of 5. So we're gonna have around 800 darkness at the end. Honestly, it has like a really slow recharge though, right? Actually, I have 900 darkness at the end. Damage taken is reserved from darkness before being taken from life or energy shield. It lasts for 10 seconds. Now this reservation lasts for 10 seconds for each instance of damage, right? It doesn't like refresh or some shit. So it will kind of like, you know, move up and move down slowly. Yeah, removing all spirit, it's not necessarily that bad, but I guess as they add more skills, it will become worse. But some builds don't really care. Like if you're playing like a physical build, like as a Chayula physical monk build, let's say, for example, what do? Wind Dancer, okay. Heralds, no. There's not necessarily that much. So removing all spirit is not that bad. But I feel like it's still not really a very impressive node, at least. This straight up just shit. Because if you take like 80 damage, then, you know, this is gone, right? You don't get anything. But it is getting buffed now, so the maximum is 900 darkness. So you can have 45% of damage as extra chaos. So especially like if you like engage a fight and you're ranged, actually it's maybe not that shit after all. As a ranged build, I could see this being pretty valuable. We do some reduced darkness reservation duration. Maybe it's not bad. Like if you really want to do some big damage, you take this here. And then you have this. Yeah. Honestly, I really like the Chayula Monk. Let's see. The Ravenous doubts Ascendancy no longer provides mana. This is instant. Okay, we saw this. Honor lost during 12 seconds is now taken before the darkness. Okay. If Grimfeast gone, meditate stonks will go up. Wait, is Grimfeast gone? Glad you liked it. There you go. Okay, Invoker. 50% less evasion rating, previously 40. Uh-oh. This was the physical damage reduction node, right? One spirit for every 8 energy shield, previously 6. One spirit for every 20 evasion rating, previously 15. Okay, so how much could you get from this on like a really big body armor? Let's say you had like a 2k evasion. That would give you like 130 spirit, and now it's 100. Okay. Elemental expression skill granted deals 40% more damage at all gem levels. I wonder how good that thing is actually. I was kind of like not really trusting it. But who knows? Green freeze has been disabled. Okay. Okay. Only good to have a crit build. Yeah, I know it has like this here, kinda nice, and then this here. But yeah, I have no idea. Hi, Border. Blood Mage. The Blood Bar's Ascendancy passive skill no longer provides 10% of damage gained as extra fizz. It now causes bleeding you inflict on cursed targets to be aggravated. Okay. That is actually pretty neat. Like you get auto aggravate. Aggravate is not that easy to achieve. It's plus 100% damage basically for bleeds. On non-moving targets. On moving targets it doesn't matter. And a new between the cracks ascendancy passive skill that causes critical hits to ignore monster armor. Requires sanguinancy. Now that sounds awful. Sanguinancy. Here. So there's another path apparently. Wait, so that's it for Blood Mage? Wait, they didn't do anything about this? Like, the fact that people don't spec their first Ascendancy until, you know, as long as possible? They didn't change this? Okay. Infernalist, now that's a lot of changes. Demon Force skill granted now has a cooldown of 15 seconds, previously 20, and a maximum demon flame of 10, previously uncapped. We now lose a flat amount of life per second per demon flame, scanning skill level. The dodge roll while in demon form also has its distance reduced. Okay, I guess they don't want people to just like evade all the time. Oof. It did seem like extremely fast. Okay, lose 0.5% of life per second per demon flame, deal 8% increased spell damage per demon flame. How many stacks would he get? I guess in endgame, a lot. Low life, demon form is gone now. With some bits I'm into 400 plus. Oh my god. How excited to game demon flame actually? You gain demon flame every second, causing your life to reduce. Okay. Verge of human form if you reach 1% 1 life, use a skill that isn't a spell or reactivate this skill. Because there was percentage you could go low life and counter active HP regen. Yeah, I guess you do like, you know, stuff like Ghost Drive to convert your life away into ES. And then, you know, you run around with like 600 maximum life or something. And then it's just like you stack a bunch of flat regen. That's excellent. That's kind of wild. Okay. I don't really get it. So demon form gives you demon flame every second, just for existing. And then there's this net that caps it? Why? Like, what's the point? I guess it's like if you don't have the regen, then you take this, and then you don't get kicked out, basically, right? Is that the idea? I guess that's changed now anyway, right? Into what? Mastered Darkness. Now Grand Demon Flame has no maximum. Okay, so it's basically the reverse. Yeah. I mean, you don't die from Demon Form, right? You just revert back. Oh shit. The Hellhound no longer causes 20% of damage from hits to be taken from a Hellhound life before you. Holy shit, that's actually a huge nerf. What? I just realized. Like, Inferno's got fucking gutted, man. Yeah, that thing's crazy. Chronomancer. The circular heartbeat Ascendancy has been removed. Rebel is no longer a prerequisite. I think this is the recoup thing, no? Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah. Quicksand, Hourglass Ascendancy passes good enough grants every 10 seconds, gain 30% more cast speed for 5 seconds. Instead of every 12, gain 50 for 4. So now you have half uptime for 50% buff. And here was a third uptime. That's actually not bad, honestly. This is on average 25% more cast space. It's pretty legit. If you can like deal that. Added a new Flood of Echoes, Ascendancy passive skill that grants the Unleash skill. What? Unleash is support right now. So what the hell? Stormweaver dead, will Chrono be the best mage? Alright, let me read Stormweaver. Okay, Force of Will Ascendancy passive now provides 1% increased effect of gain surge per 25 mana, previously 15. Okay. Scarring wins Ascendancy passive skill now causes exposure. You inflict to lower the effective resistance by an additional 12 instead of 20. That is painful, I gotta say. I think 20 was appropriate, honestly. Not sure why they made it 12. Strike twice Ascendancy, notable passive no longer provides 30% less shock duration. Instead, it now provides 20% less magnitude of shock you inflict. That has an upside and a downside. In some cases, that could actually lead to an upside wall. Like with the features and less shock duration, it was actually kind of tough to keep all the shocks on me sometimes, even with Archmage and stuff. A small mana Ascendancy pass does no longer provide force increase maximum mana, now provide force increase mana regeneration rate. Okay. I wouldn't really call Stormweaver dead at all. I think the Stormweaver is totally fine still. Has a lot of good stuff. Like a double chill is kind of nice, a double shock is nice. You still have the Arcane Surge, you still have the buff to the Arcane Surge. I have no idea about how good these Elemental Storms are. I think Stormweaver is fine. You could easily make Shock Infinite on like Ignited targets. Well, not as a Stormweaver though, because I tried it and it didn't work. With the double shock, it only makes one of the shocks permanent for some reason, and not both. Okay, Stormweaver is still fine. Yeah, I mean, they mostly, okay, I guess the biggest thing here is the Arcane Surge nerf, right? But other than that, okay, this is kind of small. This is kind of small. I mean, not that small, I guess, but it depends on like the uptime. At least from my experience, I didn't actually have 100% shock uptime. Like, it would just fall off sometimes. At least playing a non-lightning build with Archmage and stuff. I guess if you're playing like a lightning build, it's easier. Okay, let's see how much mana. The thing is, they probably like nerfed other sources of mana and so on as well, right? But let's say you had like 5k mana, then previously you gained 330% increased effect of Arcane Surge. Now you get 200% increased effect. Arcane Surge is 10% cast speed for 20 mana region. So with 330% extra, that would mean 43 cast speed, 60, 66, sorry, 86 mana region. And now it would mean 30 and 60. Yeah, so I guess it lost somewhere like in the range of like 5 to 10% on here with the Arcane Surge stuff, plus the mana. It lost in somewhere in the range of like 5% DPS here if you use the exposure thing, which is probably not even a given. And then, okay, it lost the shock magnitude. If you assume perma shock uptime, that is gonna hurt you a bit. Like my shocks with ball lightning and the supports and all that, they were doing like 67%, I think, times 2. So I applied like 134. And now that would be 25% less. Around 100 pretty much exactly, actually. So the difference there would be roughly like 10-15% DPS. So yeah, I guess if you look at Stormweaver, the combined nerfs are roughly 5 to 10% DPS. Roughly 5% DPS if you have the exposure. And then roughly 5 to 10% depending on how much you invested to shock and how much shock uptime you had. I don't think that it's dead. I think this is okay. Stormweaver was pretty strong overall. Yeah, I mean, I haven't really seen like what else was nerfed that Stormweavers usually run. But in terms of the Ascendancy, I think the Ascendancy is still good. Yeah, I mean, double nerf to Archmage nerfs everyone, every Ascendancy, right? People are asking about Stormweaver specifically. And I think the Stormweaver is a good Ascendancy still. This looks fine. And it still has this stuff, yeah, I don't know how good is this. Metal Storm. Okay, passive skill tree changes, let's go. With the addition of hunters and other new wing mechanics, we've added passive support for these throughout the passive skill tree. There are many new clusters, mostly in the hunter's ranger area, and many existing passives have been updated. Okay. These changes may result in the existing passive tree being forcefully defined if you had allocated nodes around the areas where the layout was changed. Okay, added new blind-related clusters, volatility-related clusters. What the hell is volatility? Ranged and melee-related clusters, hazard-related clusters. Hazard is like the card drops and stuff, and the ground effects. Companion-related clusters, presence, radius, and aura. Parry-related clusters, banner, bleeding, thorns, quiver. A new Crimson Assault keystone. Cause bleeding effectively accurate and base bleeding duration is 1 second. Holy. Interesting. Ingenuity is now 30%. Did they give it some other stats at least? They did say that Ingenuity works on the third ring though. It doesn't. But they said that, what? Wait, how do we know it doesn't? They literally said in the fucking interview that it does. What do you mean? Okay, well that's good actually. But it also makes Ritualist probably just like not that of a great choice. Left ring and right ring. Okay, so they changed Ingenuity. Okay, Ingenuity build no longer has 80% increased bonus. It instead has 20 to 30% increased bonus gained from equipped left ring and 20 to 30% increased bonus gained from right ring. Oh, so it's like 2 mods now, and they have to roll both of them. Oh my god. It now also has plus 1 to 2 charm slots, charm charges gained, and reduced charm charges used. Okay. So at least they threw in some charm stuff, I guess. Yeah. I think it's good it doesn't affect the third ring, to be honest. It feels like it would force Ingenuity way too much in late game for Ritualist. Still gonna get played. Yeah. The thing is that bells don't really provide you like super crazy stuff, right? But I mean, okay, you have like 60% with perfect rolls. 60% of a ring, basically. It could be comparable to the belt. Like the thing is, on a ring, it's much easier to actually have, you know, a full set of prefixes and a full set of suffixes that's useful. But on the belt, not so much. You know, belt, especially prefixes, is pretty poor. And suffixes is basically just res. And there's nothing else, right? Like a perfect belt is like maximum life, 2 random prefixes you don't care about, and 3 res. Or maybe it's strength or something. And in some cases, maybe a mana roll. And that's literally it, right? There's nothing on the belt. At least on the rings, you know, you can put rarity, you can put damage to attacks, cast speed, whatever, right? There's tons of shit. So don't forget we could add 4 affixes to new crafting. What? If you nerf your very expensive Stormweaver, you're quitting the game. Well, it doesn't really matter because we're starting a new league tomorrow, unless you want to play on standard. +1, -1 crafting system. I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, the best mod on regular builds is +2 charm slots for free stun and slow charms. Yeah, I feel like freestyle and slow are all relatively irrelevant, but it feels good to have the charms, right? Like if you walk into like the fucking tower map and there's like these fucking freezing ghosts, or like this fucking sand pit beach map, and there's these freezing ghosts, like man, I get annoyed every time. And having just a freezing charm is really nice. Build can get 2 more. What's now with crafting? Okay, this is something I haven't seen yet. Anyway, let's continue. Rusted kinship allows you to have companions of different types. Cause the companions have +1 to each defense for every 2 of that defense you have. Also causes you to have less defense. What the hell, okay. Yeah, they reduce the aim thresholds, so you get stunned, and not stunned, but frozen more often at least. Yeah, the following passive notes has been removed. I want to see this actually. Break focus. Right. Oh, what happened here? Me in. Oh, you do this here, I guess. Okay. Perfect. I need to get used to this. I'm new on Windows 11. Break focus. I want to see what they actually removed. This means they probably removed the entire cluster. Well, not exactly. Maybe just a few. Hold focus. No escape. Okay, they did remove the entire thing. Hint down. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, TLDR, who cares? Alright. Both jewel sockets have been removed on the passage tray. Existing characters with jewels in these removed sockets can claim their jewels to their main inventory using their new /reclaim jewels chat command. Nice. And this is just like hidden somewhere in like a 17,000 word document. Oh my god. Okay. So which did they remove? So it must be either the inner or the outer circle, I guess, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, so either the inner or the outer circle is removed. My guess is the inner circle. Inner ones because of adorned. What happened with adorned? The outer 100% people apart from the entire outer circle. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you might be right. Maybe they removed the outer circle. Because maybe they don't like that people just like go from jewel to jewel to jewel and that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So actually, you would like path the outer circle, and then path in, grab those, go to the second next one, and then path in again, take those, and so on, right? So that's how you would stack jewels optimally. Would it take 6 from each? Can they though? The thing is that this is always symmetrical here, so this would become asymmetrical. Like this is very symmetrical in general, right? There's always like one on the left, one on the right, one in the middle, then one, you know, outside in the middle, and then again, look, there's like always this triangle, and then alone, and then a triangle, and then alone, and a triangle, and so on. So realistically, I expect them to remove one of the rings, and probably the outer one, because the outer one allowed you to stack jewels very efficiently. I mean, I guess they could do some stuff where like maybe they move like this and then move this one over here in the middle, but then it will be very close to this. I don't know. So we'll see. 0.3 when? Oh no. Minute 26:11 on the PoE2 down the hunt livestream, they showed you can add 2 enchantments to belts. Ah, but this is with a corrupted essence after valing the item. So first of all, this doesn't work on uniques, and second, okay, I guess you're right, we're talking about like ingenuity versus normal belts. But the question is, what are the corruptions? And the thing is, you still give up a suffix for it. It's a suffix, I believe, no? The corrupted essence. So you guarantee you get 2 val outcomes, but those have to beat the suffix. But not only that, actually. Technically, you could have a belt that has a real suffix and one of the enchantments. So it's not that strong, I guess. It's just that it takes out a lot of the RNG. Oh, Griswold, thanks for Prime, by the way. Okay, evasion, energy shield, life, strength, tax, and maximum fire res, all the resistances. Okay, actually, pretty much all the band outcomes are really good. I guess currently, until they buff armor, this is not great. And then the endurance charge maximum is probably whatever. But pretty much everything else is kind of nice. But it's not that large, you know, it's like a third to half a stat maybe. What? Eldritch Battery Keystone Passive has an additional property of doubles mana cost. Oh my fucking god, dude. Fucking ditch. Wow. Wow. Okay. The acrobatics keystone passive now grants 75% less evasion, previously 70. Okay. I already didn't find it that appealing, to be honest. I didn't use it myself. Nobody is using Eldritch Battery now. Crazy. I mean, there might still be like some, you know, very strong mana stacking synergies where you would consider this, you know, but it needs to overpower that. Crossbows are martial weapons, yeah. Giant's Blood Keystone Passive now has triple attribute comments of martial weapons. Oh, actually, wait a minute. This other battery stuff is interesting. Someone just mentioned Lich. No inherent mana regeneration regenerates mana equal to 6% of maximum life per second. Okay. So having like a larger mana pool, double the cost, it won't really help you. And then it's like the lose mana per second. Okay, so there's no synergy here. Okay, those are like little changes to like some passives. Every buff for notable grants 5% of damage taken bypass energy shield. Oh no. Oh my god, man. Dude, how many people are gonna log in on their character with CI and just like instantly die and they can't figure out why? That's gonna be glorious. I mean, for hybrid builds, it's actually a buff. Because you don't have this like reduced maximum life anymore. So this actually improves, for example, at Series Sustain. And hybrid builds in general. Lich node. Yeah. Yeah, it's not just a Lich node. But the thing is that for hybrid builds, it's kind of far out there, right? At least currently, since I don't have Druid and we don't have Templar. You know, like a Druid or Templar could easily play like a hybrid build of live NES and then pop over there. But I guess, you know, most of these Sorg stuff here right now always just go CI, right? Most people go CI, I guess. Although I didn't play CI, but I don't think I went here. I would have considered it though, with my Sorg. I could have puffed over here. It's not that far. Just wait for the CI changes. Wait, did they change CI too? Okay, they really got it this like quiver thing, man. Holy. This is here. So these 15% increased bonus when crit core are just not a thing anymore. So how much was this? 10, 20, 50, 80. And now you have 6, 12, 32, and then 0, 0. Oof. That was kind of dumb. Yeah, I mean, like for like the, you know, skill rank stuff that people did with concoctions and so on, I agree. This should not be a thing, so I'm kind of on board with this. I'm surprised they didn't touch on your comment. I saw a comment only being used as like a demon form cast on freeze build or something. The iron now applies life change first rather than last, meaning ghost type and says this thing will do absolutely nothing. Ah yeah, I've seen that. I mean, this is effectively just a bug fix, I guess, you know? You know, when the game came out, I think there was no reason to assume that those two items worked the way they did with CI. Of course, CI should come first, You know, this is part of your fucking character. If you take off the gear, then literally CI comes first. Right? If you then equip an item, CI is always there, and the item is temporary. So, of course, CI should come first. Concoctions are fucking dead. I'm thinking about physical damage or time buff. I've not seen anything like that yet. We'll see. Polymorph is 7% attributes. Mana. Spaghettification now grants plus 30 non attributes instead of 7. It also provides minus 7 to chaos, whereas previously minus 13. Yeah, but spaghettification still has fucking minus 23 light radius, man. Are you serious? Here. I just know it's actually really nice. But it has 23 reduced light radius, man. It's actually unplayable. The pure ES up is dead. No. Blind. Was allocated a lot from what I saw. I mean, it's a pretty powerful node. But 23% light radius reduction, man. I don't know. You're actually gonna be blind. Dude, light radius is a good stat, man. Its stats verification is gone. What do you mean? It just buffed it in 2 separate ways. What do you mean it's gone? If people already used it, now they're gonna use it even more. Just get it back on Enquiries. Yeah, just roll some light radius on your helm. Ah, true, it's 13 blind 100% instead of 7% increase, you're right. I just saw the number go up. Yeah, okay, I mean, how much does that matter? 7% increase. How much did, like, high-end stacking builds even achieve? And they also had, like, probably other percent increases somewhere, right? So I had 7% increase attributes. Let's say you have, like, 400. Let's say you have 500. 7%. It's 35. But now you get 30 to all. But you get less of a chaos verse penalty. Yeah, 1700 int is pretty insane, actually. How the hell did you get 1700? My spaghetti. Okay. Well, I didn't actually see this, yeah, with a percent going to plus. Still not a terrible node, as long as you can deal to light radius. What's his movement speed? Unhindered notable passive skill provides 12% reduced movement speed penalty from using skills while moving. Interesting. Where is that? Probably in the ranger area. That's pretty neat, actually. 12% less penalty. This might be worth picking up for 3 points. Although everything else about this is kind of awful. Give us some reduced movement speed penalty. I guess this means like from equipped body armor and shield. You have 110% reduced movement speed penalty. Does that mean you get 10% increased movement speed and use skills? No, it doesn't. your move speed is a certain value, and then you get a penalty this based on like a percent. I don't know how much so you move. I guess by baseline you move like minus 70% or whatever. And then that penalty has a scalar of, that penalty is 70%, but that means if you reduce it by, let's say, 50, if you reduce the penalty by 50%, that 70 will go to 35. And then if you reduce the penalty by 100%, that penalty will go to 0. But then you can't reduce it below 0. Wait, is this what I think it is? It is. Very nice. I actually had exactly that problem when I was pathing. Alright. Small passive skills are produced with 8% increased area of all some skills number 5. Okay. Skill changes. Oh boy. Wait, how far are we? Not far. Oof. Oof. Okay, guys. Strap in for a long night. Oh wait, Aniska, do you have a clip of that?
Here we have
Grants level 1 Aniska. Wait, how old is ExileCon 2023? Oh shit.
a crystal staff. It's got a pretty cool built-in spell called Unleash. Using it slams your staff on the ground and will allow you to triple cast whatever you cast with your next spell. Now, of course, you're probably going to want to use that with something powerful, and Comet is a great option. You'll notice that Unleash is one of the few skills in PoE 2 with a cooldown. In general, we really try to avoid using cooldowns because we really hate the feeling that combat is just waiting to be able to use your next skill. But it does make sense for Unleash since it's free to cast and it's something we want you to be using situationally anyway. Now,
Okay, yeah, it's probably gonna work similar to this I mentioned. Wait, where did Unleash come from again? On Chronomancer. Dude, Chronomancer might actually be really good now. When I think about it. It's like really universal. Right? Like you go for the cast speed node, you go for the Unleash node, depending on the cooldown. I guess it will be a triple cast with Unleash. I wonder what's the cooldown on it. The slow is not terrible, for example. This is also pretty universal, like just nice to have. And then you can even scale this with here, increase magnitude, for example. And then you can still decide to go for chance to not go is a cooldown. Or you can still go for the time freeze and leave out the slow. It's also not terrible. Yeah, can you go temporal rift and time freeze? The cast speed and unleash. I think it's like a pretty nice ascendancy now. With these changes they've done here. And the nerfs to Stormweaver. It would be exciting to try. It has a cooldown. Good thing we still have temporal. Unleash of Ingenuity support. 2 times triple cast, time snap, repeat. You mean second wind, not Ingenuity. Ingenuity is cooldown recovery speed, I guess. I'm gonna drink real quick, guys. Give me 1 second. Alright, I'm back, guys. Do we have a meta yet? I don't know. Stack Giga Life and hope for the best, I guess. Play Kitava Blacksmith, I guess. Thinking about the Pathfinder Ascendancy passive. Wait, let me remember, what was that again? Pathfinder. I mean, first of all, Pathfinder got like a huge downgrade here. This is an upgrade. This is kind of awful, and this is very good. But you have to path through the awful stuff. So it's kind of all over the place for Pathfinder, I guess. But still, a relatively juicy Ascendancy for poison builds, at least, because of the double poison. Can you still play Spark after the nerfs? I haven't seen the change to Spark itself, but everything else tells me hell no. So I don't think that Spark's gonna be a thing. At least not for, like, you know, all content. It's probably gonna be like a good clearing build. But maybe you have to, like, add in another, you know, setup for bossing or something. Huntress is meta, lol, everything else died. I don't know, I don't think that the Huntress Ascendancies are that crazy good. We'll see about the infusions. I'm kind of hopeful for those. But other than that, probably we'll just pump out the damage numbers, yes. That's exactly what we'll do, no problem. Okay, let's see. As many skills have had a base damage adjusted, damage growth per level rebalanced. Most these changes are not specifically mentioned. Okay, F. Mana cost for all attacks, marks, and war cries has been reduced. Adjusted minion damage and life scaling. General damage and life is the same early game, but lower than before at higher levels, especially past general 20+. Okay. Adjust the target life threshold for a skeleton arsonist explosive. Okay. Arc no longer deals more damage for each remaining chain, and chain 6 to 8 times. Previously 2 to 5. Something pink. Thank you. This is what Vicos, the brand. Tears and spears. The windmill, by the way, I appreciate it from us. Excited to see what I come up with in the update. Yeah, I guess I need to. Okay, we don't have the updated planner like in the tree and stuff, right? But I can maybe look at my old builds and see if I would do some adjustments for people that still want to play them, or if they would make sense or whatever. Don't drink that, there goes your testosterone. Yeah, man. Every time I see something pink even, or touch something pink, I lose my manliness a little bit more, right? That's how it works. Okay. Yeah, it's pink lemonade. Alright. Archmage now causes non-channeling skills to gain 3% of damage as extra lighting for each 100 mana. Previously 5 to 6. I think it's even went to 7, right? With like investment. Non-shining skills now it costs an additional 6.7 to 6.1% of your mana. Previously 5. Quality and operates 0 to 10% reduced reservation instead of granting non-shining skills. Oh, you actually got 2% extra. Oh my god. Oh my god, man. The arc stuff is hefty. So it's less than half the damage. It's more like a third of the damage almost. And this costs more mana. Now, how does this actually affect builds? If you have 1000 mana, you still gain 3% of damage. 30% of damage. But it costs you 6% of your maximum mana additionally. So this means 60 extra mana. It's actually not too much. Like my fucking fireball costs 500 mana. So it doesn't actually add that much to like at least the very costly skills. I guess it's a bigger problem for the faster skills. If you have 2000 mana, it's 60% damage. I mean, at 2000 mana, Archmage will become still pretty good, I think. As long as you can actually sustain the mana. But I think at 2000 mana, you're not gonna have too much trouble with that. And then anything beyond 2000 mana, as long as you can somehow like scale the lightning damage at least, or get lightning exposure and like, I don't know, these kind of things. Like the thing is that if you're not playing a lightning build and you're playing Archmage, that's what I'm doing with my Sorc, right? I'm a Fire Sorc and I have Archmage anyway. It's kind of tough to really make this work because I have a Fire Curse, I don't have a Lightning Curse. I have double exposure, but I have to give up one of my support gems. You know, there's like, yeah, it's a struggle. I think Archmage will still see play, actually, even with those nerfs. Because it's not that hard to reach like 2k plus mana. And at 2k, this is a really good skill still, I think. As long as you can sustain the mana. They killed Arc, Spark, and Ball, I think, so good luck. I mean, Arc has better clear and worse single target now, right? Basically. Armor Breaker has had the armor break amount lowered by 20% at all gem levels. Okay, Artillery Ball is some base physical damage scaling, now matches out of other totems. So that's the more your totem next to these stays reveals that 200 mace to clarify benefits from your mace related stats. Banner skills now have an aura radius of 4.5 and are correctly considered aura skills. Repeats now deal 50% less damage at all gem levels. Wow, we just saw it yesterday in Siggy's video. Siggy D in the Hunter's video, he actually showed off Barrage and it had the old values and I was like, oh, saved. No, we got bamboozled, man. Fucking bamboozled. Guardian causes a piece of deal 5% more damage. Oof. Yeah, so previously with level 20 skill gem and 20 quality, you actually had no penalty at all. And now you'll have 50 penalty, reduce it by 5. So you're gonna have 45 penalty. But you can use it much more often. So this means that Barrage is just like not a thing anymore. Barrage is only a thing for situations where the damage does not matter. Yeah, where you only care about quantity. Like, I don't know, applying the vines. I'm not sure if it even works with Barrage. Or there were some skills like that, I guess. Can you get Mana Leech, or is that just on martial weapons? It's on gloves as well. But Leech is only for physical attack damage in this game so far. Besides, there's like Blood Mage that has Leech. And Chayuda can do Mana Leech with Elemental. Maybe there's like a few other exceptions. Let's sort here. So what would be a skill where barrage makes sense? Okay, now that I think about it, I guess barrage also makes sense in situations where, I don't know, your next skill gets a buff maybe or something like that. Is it a thing in this game though? Like, you know, if like I'm just thinking about my snipe ranger, right? I use barrage a lot. But now I probably wouldn't really do that anymore. I would just like snipe away. Bam, 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 because what are you gonna get out of it? Like I can cast the barrage or I can do the snipe. And the barrage, even if I hit all of them, is gonna do roughly the same as just an extra snipe. So I can just do that. Although, I mean, I guess the advantage is, for example, in the case of snipe, you can cast barrage while moving, and you cannot cast snipe while moving. So there are some considerations like this. We don't have the spear stuff yet. Vine arrow. Yeah, for something like vine arrow, for example, if you only care about the slow itself, you can do vine arrow and then do barrage with that, for example, if you want or something. Maybe something like tornado shot as well. Not for a new vine arrow. Oh no. Seeker suggests barrage or 7 new spear skills. Yeah, he lacks critical information, Paper Love, I think. Now, okay, we can like look. Do we have like an overview of all the spear skills with the tooltips? Some of those skills remove the spear with different requirements. Yeah, barrage and sniper's mark is in both categories. Do Flicker, Invoker, Deadeye, Totem, Warbringer, and Lich. Yeah, I'm not sure about Flicker, Invoker. Anyway, I'm kind of sad to see this, but I guess it's quite a nerf to the build I was playing, which is sad. I was hoping that the snipe stuff would continue to be very good. The Invoker works as high investment. Yeah, okay, I get that. If you go there, it might be good as well. Yeah, just spears into PA 2DB. I mean the skills, yeah, I want to see the truth of the skills. Like someone must have taken them from like Siki's video and stuff, no? Is there like no post about all the skills? I think any cry build will probably be fine. I haven't seen anything yet. They also actually buffed Warbringer as well. And then like big bursty things, barrage is what I get to usually now. I mean, it is still useful for DPS. It's just like not that great. Like first of all, there is a support gem for barrage that makes the attack deal more damage. So how does that work? Yeah, premeditation. Skills and power deal 15% more damage. So you do 45% less and 15 more. So that is actually only a penalty of 37%. And then you get 2 extra arrows. And who knows, maybe there's going to be an extra support that goes to this. You can also do second wind if you really want. So it's still useful, but it's just not that crazy. I'm kind of surprised. I don't think this actually works. Or this. What do you mean, Stefan? Barrier invocation only builds energy from enemy hits to energy shield rather than all hits to energy shield. Barrier invocation now gains 1 energy for each 10 energy shield lost, previously 5. Oof. But if you lose 1000 ES, you gain 100 energy. I mean, honestly, barrier invocation still seems really good for, I guess, I don't know what. But it seems really good to build energy. You take like a big hit, boom, you trigger stuff instantly. But I wonder what they would do with it. Maybe something that freezes, like Comet or some shit. Demon Mummy, self-hit gone. Yeah, I guess adding like self-hit for this kind of shenanigans is oof. I think it should be pretty good dispatch at the boss and crossbow having proper damage now. I guess so. I wanted to play galvanizing shards and shock burst rounds. Bleeding concoction has 200% more magnitude with bleeding. Sounds kinda good. Blink is now a travel skill. Does that matter for anything? Bone Blast has poison chance of it bleeding on hits. Bone Stone Shrapnel has become a general mechanic called Impale. Similar to the mechanic from Path of Exile 1. Hits that impale an enemy cause the next attack hit against that enemy to gain a dented physical equal to 30% of the physical damage dealt by the impaling hit. Interesting. This one. Ah, this was this thing. I remember like people told me that this could be like abused really hard by just getting like, lots of skill ranks and then you get like this insane extra flat. So they fixed that. I'm not sure not work with Blink now. Oh, all travel skills share a cooldown. So this means like shield charge and blink. I mean, you've never really used them together anyway, do you? Seems like they're kind of like on the opposite end of the spectrum. What else? I guess there's like, you know, the new jump from the Huntress. But again, they also don't really go for blink there, I guess. Yeah, OD. Get Horn between Guitar Warrior and Lich for hardcore. Both should be very good choices, I think. I'm planning to go Warrior as well, at least as one of my first characters. Castle Shock now gains 1 energy per power of enemies you shock with hit from scales, previously 2. So they straight up halved it. How good is that now? I think Castle Shock was still used for some builds. I heard people like, for example, doing like Lightning Rod, Ball Lightning Spam or something with Castle Shock. Also, minion death only gains energy when persistent minions are killed. Additionally, minions that are created by a very underleveled minion skill now grant less energy when killed. At least you can build very solid defense, but avoid auto use or damage. Yeah, Kitava and damage. I don't know. You just have to play the right build, I guess, and find the right items. Link is now a real skill, it looks like. Ah, I wonder if they're actually gonna make it like a... not a spirit gem, basically. Or... I mean, honestly, maybe Blink will stay as it is with the spirit, but maybe they're gonna... instead of replace your dodge roll, they just add Blink to your bar, right? And you have an extra button. That would be nice, honestly. Like, I feel like when I think about playing with Blink, I feel very uncomfortable. Just the idea that I just don't have a dodge roll anymore. Oh, concoction skills now require unarmed set. They did it. I'm actually very happy to see this. I found, like, I almost did a Pathfinder for concoction. I mean, I did my ranger, like, 3 months ago or something. And I was standing at the Ascendancy altar, and then I learned that the concoction builds used a bow and a quiver. And I was so upset, I chose Deadeye. What a terrible choice, right? They no longer deal base unarmed damage, instead dealing only attack damage aside from the skill like marks. They now consume 5 mana plus per use, previously 3. Oof. 5 mana plus charge is a lot actually. Oh, I forgot this here. Combat Frenzy now has a gain frenzy charge when you freeze activate a pin no more than once every 4.1 seconds. That's a big nerf. Yeah, it was like every 1.5 seconds, and now it's every 4 seconds. Okay. Rough. Link just gives you more ability. Tried both a lot, and Blink late game is just more potent. Yeah, this might be softcore strats, but on hardcore, going Blink and not having a dodge roll is a death sentence, I think. Because eventually you will need that dodge, and you can't, and you die. Five chances of real death of concoctions, you still run out even with 3. Not just that, but they also went on the Pathfinder and removed node that gives you 50% more flash charges. So now you're just fucked. I guess they don't want you to use concoctions as like a spammable main attack. Also grenades, mini grenades is now 1.4 meters, okay. Cold snap. Yeah, this curse skill now apply that curse after 1.5 seconds delay. We receive 1 second. Yikes. It nerfed. Okay, which a little bit, okay. Decompose, the skill granted by the calls for unique boots now causes the poison card to poison enemies as still dealing chaos damage equal to 90.5% of cost life instead of 39.5. So they halved it. Is that still good? I know people use like a decomposed corpse weight build, but I don't know how good that is exactly. But I mean, a poison that does 20% of the corpse's maximum life, and then you can scale that with like poison shenanigans, right? So that could be still pretty nice. A poison does 20 or 40%. How much is that? Baseline. 20% over 2 seconds. Oh no. 20 for 2 seconds. So it's actually total 40. So this means you get 8% of the corpse's life after 2 seconds if you don't scale it per poison stack. So let's say you have like, I don't know, 4 poison stacks or whatnot. You can get like 32% from that. And then you can scale chaos damage and whatnot. They nerfed that too. It doesn't say anything about nerfing the AoE here. What did it have to do with like in your presence? Okay, we'll see. Okay, all the curses are nerfed. Legendary Dead now deals physical damage equal to 10.7% of corpse maximum life. Previously 20% at all levels, so corpse Legendary Dead is also halved. Okay. Hitting arrows explosion radius is larger. Direct minions now is at 0.5 cooldown. The mental invocation now gains 10 energy per power of enemies you freeze or hit some skills. Gains 10 energy per power, previously 10. I guess this means 10 per power and then 10 always, right? Okay, oof. Escape shot. No skills freeze below with gem level up to 585% more at gem level 20. But they also nerfed freeze by like 50%. So this doesn't even make up for it. Explosive concoction has 200% more magnitude of ignite. See that decompose real quick. Gas arrow, gas grenade, and decompose now have a limit of 6 poison clouds. I mean, the limit is probably not that bad. The poison cloud on gas arrow, gas grenade, and decompose. Again, 20% more radius per second up to a maximum of 80. Or previously 50% up to a maximum of 200. Dude, I hope that they're gonna also make them a bit more, like, transparent. These fucking gas grenades, they don't see shit. Okay, it's not too bad. I mean, okay, the AoE was nerfed. I'm not sure how much this matters for, like, decompose, but at least for, like, gas grenade, most of the time I would just explode them pretty much instantly anyway, so it didn't really matter, because they kind of like just ramped over time. Although it is important to note, it is a radius they're scaling, they're not AoE, so that's actually kind of big. So when you have 1.8 radius, 80, okay, let's say the old radius, right? So let's say the radius previously at the start is like 1, and then with the pre-nerf version it scales to 3. And it's pi r squared. So we square this and then times pi. So the total area was 28 when it was maxed out. And now it's 10. So the total area is reduced by almost 2/3 actually at the maximum. That is kind of big. Or small. And I didn't go to any unique items yet. I have winter. Oh wait. Explosive grenade cooldown is now 7 seconds instead of 3. Oh my god. Now the explosion rate of 2. Okay, now the detonation of 3. Oof, 7 seconds. That is rough. That is really rough. Yeah, I know what you have to do. You take this node, you do the weapon swap thing, where you have the same weapon in both weapon sets, and then you actually have like another, non-grenade ability, you have a crossbow ability. And then like, you play Witch Hunter, and you take like the 32 points for weapon swap sets, and then you can do like a big grenade setup, and then a big kind of crossbow spammable thing. Same weapon, both weapon sets did not make it into the patch. Wait, what? What do you mean I didn't make it? Really? When did I say that? This data is good. Yeah, believe it or not, data was buffed. Yikes. What's that? Just missed the boat. The below features were showcased, but unfortunately were not able to be included in 0.2. We will patch these in as soon as they're ready. Okay, so I guess it kind of comes soon at least. And the ability to lock your main hand, offhand, or both, so you can use the same items. Okay. It's literally the only thing that's missing. Okay. Oh man. It's pulling out the hair. I mean, yeah, the max guys. I'm not on the PoE team actually, so I'm not writing the PoE guides. So for me, it's a bit more relaxed. But I also have to do some planners and stuff. Like the thing is, it's kind of tough to do planners when we don't even have a tree, right? Okay, we have the patch notes now, but we have no information about the skills, you know, the numbers and whatever. And also we have no tree. So, and then it comes other stuff later, right? Then we might want to include the new essences in, you know, new stats on the items and whatever. And who knows what. So, later will come with preload later tonight. Yeah. Eye of Winter now gains 75% of damage as corresponding type when passing over an elemental ground, previously 50. Skill also no longer incorrectly states protector applies to past or ground effect. Okay. Falling Thunder protectors now 50% more damage per power charge, previously 25. That's really nice. I really like Falling Thunder, it's a very fun skill. But they nerfed power charge generation, so we'll see. Fireball no longer bypasses the Raging Spirit limit. The secondary fireball projectiles are no longer affected by additional projectiles. This must be in performance issues when used with wild shard support. I know. Firebolt now has a maximum downward tilt angle against closer targets. Make it... okay. Flame Blast now has a 15-second cooldown. And now has 75% more damage per stage. What? And now has an explosion radius of 0.6. Quality improves the cast speed. I guess they are doing this because they are worried that when they start buffing Ignite to be playable, Flame Blast will be OP, which is a valid concern. But in this case, Flame Blast is just not a skill anymore, right? I was actually considering, like, if I had time to do a witch, I was actually considering to do like a demon form Flame Blast shenanigans thing, or like a Blood Mage Flame Blast bleed kind of setup or something like that. But now you can't even do that anymore. 15 seconds cooldown. It nerfs Flame Wall. Quite big, actually. Flame building that causes cursed enemies. Okay. Splash Grenade has 5% below stumbled up instead of 400. Okay. Orientation round space explosion radius is 1.8. Freezing shots now fires 5 projectiles. Has 100% more stun freeze build up. So a nerf on both ends. Freezing Salvador on skills freeze up with gem level up to 100% more. Okay, so there was like an overall like half like a 50% nerf to freeze, and some skills were compensated, but not quite. Okay, Frostbomb is larger. That's gonna be pretty good for like no level 1 Frostbomb action. Frost Wall is a cooldown of 5. Mm-hmm. Shots now converts 6% of physical to lightning, previously 40. It's everyone's first RPG patch notes and it shows. Everyone is panicking. No matter how nerved you feel, you'll never be as nerved as Temper Spell. Oh, I haven't gotten there yet, but I do have a suspicion. Okay, Grim Feast can no longer be engraved in the gem cutting menu. Existing Grim Feast gems have been disabled. We aim to rework Grim Feast in the coming future, as opposed to the past future. Okay. Hammer of the Gods no longer has a cooldown, but now requires 20 glory to use. Glory is a resource that gets built up by heavy stunning enemies. The amount of glory gained is based on the stunned monster's power. Whoa. Okay. What the fuck? Like, this skill just doesn't exist anymore now. Like, this is it. It's gone. What the fuck is this? Glorious. It's okay for mapping. I mean, okay, you can get to the point where you can cast Hammer relatively often, but you don't care about that while mapping, you know? You don't map with fucking Hammer of the Gods. This thing has like a 2 seconds cast time, followed by like another 2 seconds to fall down. Like, what are you gonna map? Like, this is gone. This is it, man. Like, on fucking, Uber bosses, you maybe get one stun, if even that, on Avatar or something. You can't even use it. Like, you can't even cast it the entire fight. Like, you know? Wow. Problem with Hammer was it made balancing elements difficult. Yeah, and now they just like deleted the skill. That's what it did. Wonderful. And for mapping, you can probably still kind of do it on map bosses, If you like walk up to the map boss with the 20 glory already active, you drop the hammer, kaboom, the bosses get one shot. I think they did exactly what they shouldn't have done, really. Like, now it's really only going to be used for that, but then it's going to be like much more inconsistent, right? Like, you either can one shot the boss and you're going to use hammer, or you can't, and you try something else. And it's previously, you could always just throw the hammer, They should have just done what they said about like not making do ailments or something, or giving like an ailment penalty, right? I mean, why not? I feel like this glory mechanic is like such a weird, clunky way of trying to fix it. One would say it's lost its glory. Yeah, this is a yikes, man. Like, it's just gonna suck. Like, you walk in there, like, you have this hammer to gods for like mapping, and there's a boss in your map. You walk up to the boss, you throw the hammer, the boss dies, you chill. And then other times you like walk in, and you have like an Uber boss, and you just can't do anything. Your skill is just worthless. Font of Glory gem on a totem. Font of Glory, man. Why is Glory not based on slams? Yeah, I feel like only giving you Glory when you heavy stun enemies is a mistake. There needs to be some way of building it, maybe, and then this would make some sense. But I don't know, like this. Unless a new support gems that make your accumulate stun much faster. We already have 2 very good support gems for stunning enemies much faster. There's Ruthless, which is double the amount of stun, basically. And then there's the whatever it's called. The other one, 50% extra as well. And you can combine them even. Just make it a combo skill. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what kind of new support gems you're looking at. That would give us even more stun than those two I just mentioned. That's what I'm saying. Like, why would I make yet another stun-related support gem? We already have two very powerful ones. Gain glory for each second and unique enemies in your presence. I think something like that would probably make a bit more sense. But either way, I just don't really like the implementation, man. It's crushing blows and warrior ways to stun more. That's true. But would you really do that? Like, you know, would you really want to fight a pinnacle boss with all this investment into stun shenanigans that could just go into like having more DPS in order to maybe get one stun off at some point and then throw your hammer? I don't know. That doesn't really seem right. I think this is fucking dead. That's all it is. Alright, Hand of Jeula. Specialized triggers socket marks. That's pretty description change. Okay, Herald skills with attack hits. Now probably state the hits cannot be evaded. It's not a functional change. Okay. Explosion meters. Quality now grants plus 5%. Of Ice Explosion is smaller now. Herald Plague requires a martial weapon, making it consistent with the weapon restriction. Herald of Thunderbolts impacts is 1.4. Wait, there's nothing about like heralds and chaining. The on-kill effects of herald skills can no longer trigger from kills caused by herald skills. There it is. Yeah, Exile is also fucking dead. We've seen the Hexblast thing already. Hypothermia, ice crystals. Created by Glacial Bolt and Frost will now have lowered life scaling past level 20. Okay. We have multiple travel skills with cooldowns. Their cooldowns are now shared. Okay, Lightning Conduit now performs a number of extra lightning bolts if it consumes shock from an enemy. These bolts are distributed among targets in the skills area, but cannot hit the same target multiple times. Lightning Bolt has 200% chance to shock. Lightning Coin has 220% more damage of hits per 5% shock effect, previously 100% more. 20% more damage per 5% shock effect. Seems like this can actually scale quite a lot. Lightning Rod. Now it disappears after being chained to 6 times, previously 14. Arrows now take 1 second to charge up before releasing a lightning burst when chained to. Lightning arrows that chain to lightning rod cause a pulse to happen instantly. Okay. I mean, it's not a nerf for the early game stuff, but then it kind of becomes a bigger and bigger nerf overall. And they have this weird 1 second delay. No. No new Twitch shops. The Twitch shops are tomorrow. Must pay for the magma barrier skill, now deals 6 to 10. 151 to 236 fire damage. Okay, so whatever. Magnetic salvo. Buffed. Holy shit, man, there is a buff here. No, wait. Attack damage of impact is buffed, and the other attack damage of explosion is nerfed. Now fires up to 8 missiles. There's like half of them. Never mind, I have it composed. Mana Tempest Quality now grants additional damage gained as lightning instead of causing Zergs to linger on you. Which did not actually function. Okay. Mantra of Destruction's purple flames of shooter now have a duration of 8 instead of 6. That's kinda nice. Buffed Malice for critical weakness. Molten Blast now has, while they were building, fires twice as many projectiles of features and less attack speed. Queen of Wings Aura now grant minions increased damage. 58% instead of 44. Okay. Perfect Strike no longer always ignites. Uh-oh. And now has attack speed of 35% of base instead of 45. Quality now provides more ignite chance. Perfect Strike also deals damage in a wider area close to the enemy, making it less likely to miss enemies standing next to the player. Okay. Yikes. So for like the just spam Perfect Strike for its damage, he got nerfed by like a quarter from the DPS. And the ignite is gonna be like kind of tough to do now, right? Wait, how does ignite work exactly? Do we need a chance to ignite? Or do we just need to do fire damage? I'm actually not 100% sure. Like for lightning and so on, right? You just like deal lightning damage and you get a shock at some point. But is it the same for ignite? I don't think so, actually, right? Oh man, I've had to rip my plan. I actually used Perfect Strike in my warrior setup to get ignite going. It will build up ignite. Okay, so it does build up ignite anyway. So I guess if you have like enough damage, then it doesn't matter much. It's just slower now, so you're gonna charge it up for longer, which makes it very vulnerable. Raging Spirits, maximum casts 2 per cast instead of 5, and doesn't matter, I guess. Improve the performance of spawning very high amounts of Raging Spirits if you spawn a very large number of spirits at the same time. The spawning time is now spread out over a short duration. Yeah, this actually can cause your game to crash in the current live server. When you play like Fireball with Wild Charts, Unleash and stuff. It gets pretty wild. There's arrows. Landing frequency is now affected by projectile speed modifiers. May not increase projectile speed because the same number of arrows to land in a shorter total time. Now that is actually pretty good. Okay. Interesting. Hans initial thoughts. Okay, let's see.
It actually does not change anything, because Hammer of the Gods did most of its damage when you heavy stun enemies. that is when it did damage. Like, people did not use it like that because people don't know how to play the skill. People don't know how to get the most damage out of Hammer of the Gods. People don't know. But
yeah, okay, you can do like the, do more damage against heavy stun enemies or something. There's like a support for this, right? And maybe Titan had that as well.
You do the most damage when you heavy stun, and by far. It's not just, you do like 20% more damage or 40%. No, you do like way more damage. Like, people are just clueless. This changes nothing. Now, this will cause problems for Pinnacle bossing, but I brought up the problem with Pinnacles being impossible to stun with maces. And I know they looked into it, and hopefully heavy stuns are better for maces on Pinnacles.
Yeah. Sounds about right. One thing is confusing. All other poison damage is chaos, but poison conquers fizz. Poisons can come from both chaos or physical damage. And there are chaos skills that do physical damage as well. Like, for example, a bunch of the arrows, Poison Burst Arrow and whatnot, they all do physical damage as well, I think, on Plaguebringer. So it's not uncommon for chaos skills to do physical damage. What did you want to monk, by the way, with the new skills? I'm gonna upload a video on the patch TLDR. Yeah, I was planning to, but holy, it's a big patch. Didn't notice scanner shot, not yet. Rolling Slam has plus 1 second to total attack time instead of 1.5, and mana cost has been adjusted. Interesting, so they buffed Rolling Slam, pork. Shard Scavenger now instantly reloads a crossbow upon consuming freeze, shock, ignite, or fully broken armor. No more than once every 6 seconds. Wow. Shooting upon explosion have an additional random delay. The Shard of Ice cannot be applied to targets if the shattering upon damage and strike broke and existing ice shards on them. Huh? Wait, I used that, but I have no idea what they're talking about. Scavenger has a 30 reservation. Ready to consume. Freeze, shock, ignite, and fully broken armor. Which I guess you can do with something like I don't know what it's called. The sniper ability, basically. Gary Weasel, thanks for the 6 months, man. Heroes can outchain up to 8 meters away, previously 4. Okay. Is that the one with Electrocute or what? I don't actually remember what this looks like. I'm not sure if I ever tried this. Shock chain. Hey, this is actually not a bug. Skeletal Warrior can no longer be engrafted in the gem cutting menu. This was only provided as a stopgap until this functionality was implemented. Existing copies of the Skeletal Warrior skill gem have been turned into Skeletal Sniper gems. Skeletal Warrior skill granted by some scepters now allows you to summon additional skeletons by reserving spirits. In addition to the 2 free skeletons it grants automatically. So you need to use the right scepter now. Now the thing is, okay, if you're playing like a minion build like this, what weapon type do you usually run? Or like, you know, which base? Because scepters, what is there even? Here's Skeletal Warrior. And then Peyotes, Skeletal Warrior, Malice, Discipline. Okay, so I get it from the set anyway, I guess. Snipes attack speed, multiply, and mana cost has been adjusted so that the attack time matches the time until a perfect strike. This is mainly to improve the description and the function of the skill is unchanged. Spark now fires 49 projectiles at general 1 to 20, previously 6 to 14. So he lost 1/3 of projectiles. Doesn't have increased projectile speed. It doesn't get more projectiles, but projectile speed from the quality. So the net difference here is actually not that much after all. You get more projectile speed. And you gain 13 projectiles instead of 14. Actually, Spark was not changed that much at a high level. Spiral volley now has 5% damage per frenzy charge. No, my Stormcaller. 500% more chance to shock instead of 800. Oh shit, Tempest Bell. Impact damage buffed. Requires 10 combo to use. Oh my god. An ability survives for 10 hits at all generals. But it sounds like it can still do multiple bells. Is that a thing? What about combo? Did one new gem type condition known? This type that denotes the skill cannot be used unless a given condition is met. Combo. Okay. Oh wait, there's more. Oh shit. Tempest Bell's Shockwave no longer has 30% more damage per element affecting the bell, or 60% physical damage converted. Instead, it now has gain 30% of physical as extra damage of each type, matching an element on the bell. It also now deals increased attack damage. Okay, damage bell can only trigger a shockwave every 250 milliseconds. This value is a strict limit, not a cooldown. The spell's limit on number of bells placed is now shared between different copies of the skill. Alright, that's the bell, guys. The funny part is it still remains pretty good, I think. The bell is still pretty good. But 10 combo to get it to use it is actually oof. Ding ding ding, yeah. I don't have any problems, man. There's also not a one right now. That gets 4 separate nerves and still usable. Yeah. Now here's a thing. Gain 30% of physical damage as extra type of matching elemental element on a bell. I mean, it's not the biggest deal, but it does actually affect the physical builds a little bit more than the other builds, I guess. Like, in a good way, I mean. The physical quarter stuff builds were kind of like the lackluster ones anyway. Tornado's shot spitting effect now also applies to thrown spears. That could be very interesting, actually. Maybe we can try some shenanigans. Toxic growth now requires more star poison to reach maximum radius and damage, and more star poison to expire faster. The radius is now 15 instead of 6 seconds. That's a long time. Star poison now adds up to 1.5 meters of base. Now fires 6 instead of 8 arrows. Commodity now provides 2 pustules. Now has a limit of 6 pustules. What? It fires 6 arrows and has a limit of 6 pustules. But it also gives you 2 more for the quality. What the fuck, man? What? Everything got wrecked, yes. That's kind of a good soft limit before quality. Well, if it says on the skill that it has a limit of 6, then I guess the limit of 6 is just static. It doesn't have anything to do with the quality. So the quality gives you extra projectiles, but you can't actually use them because you can only have 6 anyway. Kind of weird. Vine arrow now has a limit of 1 plant. Can be increased to 2 of overabundance. Wow. Multi grenade cooldown is now 6 instead of 3 seconds. A bit larger radius and lower levels. Way longer detonation time. Yikes. Wave of Frost has more freeze build-up. Wind Dancer now grants 10% more evasion per stage at all generals. Previously 19. Gains the stage every 144 to 112. A little bit faster. Gale Force. What else? Okay, so Wind Dancer did get quite a nerf. But I think Wind Dancer is still good enough to be used in many cases. Even 30% more evasion is kind of nice. Skills of expanding ground effects or unintentionally scaling radius over time instead of area of effect. I still scale the radius. We have to update the descriptions to know the values. Okay. We saw this. Poison Cloud on the Sniper. So this was also mega nerfed. Chill Ground from Frozen Locus. Discipline and Purity Auras. Ground by Sunset is now applied to the player within the scepter as well as their allies. Yo, what? How good are these actually? Scepters. It's all price actually. Doesn't say how much it reserves. Nothing. It doesn't reserve something because it's on the weapon. $328 maximum, yes. Releasing a rage shield immediately after blocking a skill now performs a shield bash that damages and stuns enemies in front of you. And also dazes them if you're using a tower shield. What the fuck? Out. Spread of grenade skills if more than one projectile has been reduced by 40% except for cluster grenade. Okay, I guess for cluster grenade it's fine, but it's funny that they leave it out. Releasing Rage Spirit immediately after blocking a skill now performs. Oh, wait, here's that. Sim-tag conditional. Okay, modifies adding or subtracting a value to the cost of a skill now applied before cost multipliers some support. Okay. Support changes. That will be fun. Okay, it's actually less than I thought. The way to export a build from Perk next out of POB. Well, you can import your account here, but I'm not sure if you can like POB, import, export. Ain't nobody risking race shields, that's true. Alright. Objection that calls the border skills have 25% less effect. Okay, brutality. Nerfed. Burning inscription, whatever. Cannibalism, nerfed. Capacitor. Close combat, buffed. Less mana cost. I really hated how much mana it costs. Consider casting. Okay. Let's go destruction. Destruction supports now correctly are not structurable into skills which have secondary damaging hits, but no spell damage hits. Okay. Crescendo has 120 cost multiplier. That kind of sucks. I liked using it because it didn't have a mana multiplier. Combination causes support skills to diffuse and more damage per combo. On this combo, if you generate no combo for 4 seconds. Exploit weakness now causes support skills to consume 40 broken armor to deal 40% more damage, BOC 50. This War has a 150 multiplier. Yeah, lots of mana multiplier changes, kind of interesting. Lots of skills just like changed mana and nothing else. Either up or down. People are theorycrafting bleed build of hunters and Hell of Blood. Yeah, it looks like there might be enough bleed support now. They did add a lot of stuff for bleeds. There's also a new keystone now where you get like the guaranteed activate all the time, for example, but you have to attack every second. So there's that. Yeah, otherwise, nothing really that crazy anymore, it seems. Scale Shot now has support skills deal 35% less damage instead of 20. I guess that's kind of big, actually. So yeah, 20% less cast or attack speed and 35% less damage. That's actually painful, dude. So basically it halves your damage. But then you get 3 of it. And then you give up a support gem that is like somewhere in range of like, let's say 20%. So over another normal support gem, if you can shotgun and perfectly overlap everything, it will be a 30% upgrade over just not doing that. Wait, magnified effect, did I miss that? Oh, cost multi and 30% instead of 40. Yeah, that sucks. I really like putting magnified effect on various things. Touch now only has a chance to apply withering based on the amount of chaos damage dealt per hit, from always applying a single stack, and allows that chance to roll over beyond 100% to potentially apply multiple stacks of large hits. Oh shit. That's actually kind of big for like the Stark Effigy shenanigans I was doing the other day with the poison arrow stuff. Like you can't actually do this anymore. You can't get the withering like this. Interesting. Window of Opportunity now causes the portal skills to deal 35% more damage when released with perfect timing, previously 50. And have a 35% shorter timing window, previously 25. Wow. So they made it harder to hit the perfect timing and gave it less damage on Window of Opportunity. Holy shit. That is rough. What the fuck? I mean, 35% more damage is still good. And in the case of like the Barrage, for example, you just do no damage whatsoever when you don't hit the perfect timing. But the thing is that the risk of not hitting perfect timing is actually much higher now on Snipe. It's pretty tough already. And it's just making it tougher. Yeah, when I played either Dark Effigy or Eye of Winter, both dead. Yeah, I mean, Eye of Winter, Withering probably still works, right? Since you're probably going to be a caster anyway. Alright, unique item changes. It's getting interesting, guys. The Against Darkness unique show now has a medium radius, previously large. This change does not affect existing items. Wait, what was that again? I just took this and made it smaller. Nice. And they reduced the buff. Existing items can be made worse with a Divine Orb. Okay, this thing is a giga nerf, man. What the hell? Samantha's unique now is 50 to 100 to all attributes, previously 80 to 100. Okay. That series this time now has 10% of damage taken by past energy shields. Okay, so they changed this here for Lich. So I don't get a giga survivability. How would I expect it? I also nerfed the energy shield to get from it to half. Oh my god. Being Frank's unique ring now provides 10% increased maximum mana instead of 20. Yeah, that was used for mana stacking as well, right? Lots of mana on that thing. Everlasting Gaze unique now causes you to gain 4 to 6% of maximum mana as extra maximum energy shield, previously 20 to 30. They nerfed it by fucking 80%, man. And gave it a tiny bit more mana regen. And mana. F. Iron Shayuda unique amulet no longer provides 2.5. Okay, stun thresholds. Firefly unique amulet now grants Increase legendary is found. Ghost Rift provides 25% of maximum life compared to energy shield, previously 50. Not sure if we're being sarcastic, Stitch, but as long as you're having fun. How many hours do we set the... How many hours does Diablo release? It's 25 hours, I think, right? Until season start. Which class will be OP in the next patch? I don't think that's the thing. Okay, Hand of Wisdom and Action Gloves. Let's see. Half the damage. And only 1/3 of the attack speed. Ingenuity, we've seen that. Last Flame has damage taken, cannot be absorbed. Kick. This is like for the Temporalis, this is a no-hit run in the Sanctum. Sorcery effects include Guard, Encased in Jade, and Sorcery Ward. Hooks, autos, machination, unique shield now has 100% increased effects. 100 instead of 666. Now has the additional property of Everlasting Sacrifice. What the hell is that again? Wait, what is Everlasting Sacrifice? Reach full energy shield, sacrifice all energy shield to gain 5% maximum resistance for 4 seconds. Melting Maelstrom unique class no longer has the property of recover all mana when used. This change does not affect existing versions of the item. Okay. Wait, they just like deleted a flask or what? Yeah, they did. Moria Invictus unique body armor now generates 3 random modifiers, previously 2. Wait, that's big. What? For real? That's the Arbiter chest. Yo, that's nuts. Keep reading. Oh. The following random modifiers can no longer roll. 10% rarity, 5% life, 5% mana, 5% attributes. The following random modifiers have been adjusted. 10 to spirit, 10 to global defense, 7 to res. Added 7 new random per socketed rune or so-called modifiers. But it don't tell us what it is. Okay, F. Okay. I wonder if it's still gonna be a good chest. I always liked finding it and crafting it. Okay, Oaksworn is nerfed. Pillar of the Caged God. Now provides 1 attack speed per 10 dex and 1 area of effect per 10 int. Previously both 2. It is also now it also provides 10% increase in damage per 10 strength, previously 10% per 5 strength. So it literally halved all the scaling on Pillar of the Caged God. Okay. We do something like Blood Mage with a ritual list. I think that's possible. Those are two mutually exclusive classes and ascendancies. I'm not sure what they're trying to do. Sandstorm Visage, and you come that causes enemies in your presence to gain critical weakness once per second for 15 seconds. Previously 1. Okay, that's pretty good. Now the funny part is actually... Wait a minute. They changed critical weakness, or critical vulnerability, to not refresh the duration of the previous stacks. They all have their own stack. And they stacks 20 times. So the Sandstorm Visage is actually not enough to give you the full value of the critical weakness. You can only get to 15 stacks. It's missing 2.5% crit. What the fuck, man? That's kind of funny. Yo, the Gimp. Thanks for the 3 months. No, what is it? Oh, sorry. Free sub gifts. Okay. Thank you for the sub gifts. Just dual wield. Okay. Queen of the Forest, body armor grants 1% move speed per 800 instead of 500 evasion. This modifier also can no longer scale with modifier effects such as from corruption. Okay. Temporal is unique, body armor causes skills to have -2 to -1 second to cooldown, previously -4 to -2. Holy shit. There's 2 blinks here, for some reason. Ah. So this was 4.5 seconds. So now you can do a blink every 2-ish seconds, I guess. If you put like an ingenuity on it or something. So rude again. As long as I can blast tomorrow. Solos Apps Unique Helmet. Which one is that? You need 2 cards to the same support gem in different skills. Wait, so are you actually able to do 3 times the same support like this, or what? They stack with each other, apparently. Corrective voting on Black Scythe training, circular teachings, and nightly tenets, timeless jewel keystones. They nerfed a lot of this stuff, man. Here, the timeless jewels. The other jewel, the adorned, less jewel swords. Like all this stuff is getting nerfed here. I wonder how much better are these like unique jewels over like good rare jewels and stuff. But I suppose quite a bit, and even like now they're probably gonna remain pretty good. Mhm. A bunch of these legacy items now cost 1000 divs. Yeah, okay, we're playing standard, but don't expect many people will. They're really impressive when you fight it first, you probably need to make a new build around it. You mean like the jewels? Ink STLH. I don't know. Depends on who comes up with a good build, I guess. But there's definitely potential on Lich. I think Lich could be very strong. Okay, let's see item changes. Dual orbs now set as skill gem to have a specific number of gem sockets. Okay. Advanced and expert item bases now have distinctive names. Double the drop rate of runes. Can no longer reforge 3 runes to obtain a random rune in return. It's kind of funny to see this here. Using a one-up, an item can no longer cause the modifier of value of 1 to be reduced to 0. I wonder where that mattered. If it mattered. Base damage of all crossbows has been increased. They have 200 version damage. Very nice. Physical thorns on rare items has been buffed by up to 3.5 times. Okay, yikes. Page strength now have the invisible modifier of maximum quality 40%. Golden Charm is 15 rarity. Increased rarity of items found modifiers on items has been lowered at the top end. Suffix now goes to 25 instead of 30, prefix to 25 instead of 32. Chance of breaching to drop has been greatly reduced. Yikes. The armor gives a plus on range and evade. Isn't it a decimal though? Cluster, I think? I think it has a decimal. So it should probably not work that way. No, it doesn't have actually. It's 1. I guess I can grab to 2, 1, to 0, and that's it. Yeah, it's actually, here it shows as 1 at least. That's not 1.0. Maybe it's different in game? And new jewel modifiers that provide similar benefits to new passive skills added to the passive skill tree, such as companions have increased maximum life. Yikes. Skip our soul course, yeah, ditch, I guess. They also nerfed the shield on top of it for some reason. I'm not sure why they did that. Like, the shit is really bad now, I think. Do you really want to do that? With the shield, it has 100% increased effect of soul course instead of 666 effect of soul course. That is massive, you know? Like, previously you could kind of like build your own setup, right, with the shield. And you socket it, and you can have like 3 sockets, right? I don't know. Okay, there's like small changes here with like some of the jewels and so on. Attribute quiver and quiver effect nerfs and stuff. Sure, I guess. I don't really like the idea of like sticking that anyway. Okay. They buffed to increase maximum mana on the amulet for some reason. And also marks maximum mana on belt, gloves, and boots. How much is that though? 179. Wait. They nerfed the mana. I mean, almost a third. Yeah, a little bit. Hey, you die by healer. Or do you have a League starter? Yeah, either a Smith with a spear or a Huntress going Amazon. I kind of want to do the infusion shenanigans. I'm very curious to see that. So I might do the Amazon. But I gotta get good. As a Smith, you don't have to get good. You just need time and patience. You may change to every skill, every unique, and every scar skill node. Kind of. Monster changes, now that's getting interesting as well. Bosses that need to perform certain actions to progress their fight will now become immune to damage if their life is brought significantly past the point at which that action should be used. They should have no noticeable effect to most players, but will be in cases where bosses could get semi-permanently crowded and prevent the fight from progressing. Okay. Our all monsters has been decreased by 30%. Slowly down monsters now grants 1% skill speed and 1% less damage taken per stack. Okay, so this is actually not bad. Because that used to be kind of wild. The lives of falling fingerbolts has been adjusted. All rough. Blah. Okay, so TLDRs, they have the same difficulty now. But then they have lower difficulty now, but then they scale to what they are now at difficulty 4, basically. All the pinnacle bosses are gonna be easier. And the life of Trimaster and Sarok has been reduced. I wonder by how much. They said they extend they had double the life they should have. I wonder if they actually reduced half of it. Forced phases on bosses? Yeah, some bosses have forced phases. The Crow Bell, for example, in Act 1. Lower the damage conversion to other elements with some skills used by Avatar of Ash. Avatar of Ash now has a tapering, less damage taken buff for the correct amount of time. Avatar now deals increased damage with a select few abilities. Okay. Scourge of the Skies now deals increased damage on its vomit abilities. Is that the one from the Turn of Chaos, the boss? Cyclusion. The Chimera now deals damage with the Leap Slam. Do weapon components and Smith only work for melee weapons? I think so. I don't think we have seen a skill for it in like a tooltip or something. I would expect it's only gonna work on melee. I think in the fog phase you can skip on Act 1 boss. Would that be forced now? No. Nothing about that is changing. Because he also doesn't take less damage. You can't stun him. Actually, when he summons the fog, you can't stun Zero now, but you can kill him before he disappears into the fog. The Trial Master now deals increased damage with his channeled Blood Slam. Which one is that? The channeled Blood Slam. I feel like Trial Master in general is like a very easy fight. But I wonder which one that is. Pick the Frozen Spring. Which one is that? Stoneclad Gorillas now deals reduced damage to their Leap Slimes. Mighty Service Dodge Roll now deals reduced damage. All Roll now deals increased damage with Dash. Burger has resistance to cold and vulnerable to fire. Kind of random. Found Xenos 180 degrees swipe attack can no longer be blocked. I guess you could also like evade it and stuff, no? I wonder. Because I feel like stunners are standing in there and not getting hit. It's just been like the times I was there with the shields, but I already did on a warrior. Monsters now have higher light stun damage scaling with level. Every parts of the there's no change, scaling to around twice as much light stun damage in the endgame. Oof. Tactical builds up roughly 44% slower on non-players. It's very important to specify. And pin builds up 58% slower. Oh god. Okay. Oof. Oh, interesting. Magic enemies are now primed for stun when they have at least 50% heavy stun build up. Rare at 60 and unique at 70. It was 60, 70, 80. Didn't realize there's actually like different thresholds. Interesting what that means. A series of enhanced rare monster modifiers that are more powerful than standard versions and more rewarding. Some rare modifiers now scale at their latest, providing better rewards. That could be interesting. So this is why they removed all the other modifier stuff. They removed the Deadly Evolution from the Atlas passive tree, which gave it 1 to 2 modifiers. And there was also like a tablet apparently that did that. They removed that. So now it just has this. So I wonder if we're gonna see like some Arc Nemesis type stuff now or whatever. Going to actively build against being stunned. It's 3 seconds for heavy stun. Well, players can normally not be heavy stunned. That only happens when you have a shield raised and then get, stunned out of it. So I guess the idea is you just don't do that. Just use the shield passively for the most part. Maybe in the early game you're gonna use it a bit more to do the buckler shenanigans. But I don't think I'm gonna do this like forever. Or maybe I do, but you're gonna do it only for like a brief moment every time. Features can no longer be blocked. Lethal rare monsters now grants rare monsters an additional modifier, previously 2. What the hell is lethal rare monsters? Monsters' minions have been made stronger defensively and now scale far more appropriately in party play. Powerful minions modifiers may reduce in power to compensate for the above. The guaranteed magic monster near the exit of the dreadnought will no longer respawn when you spawn at checkpoint if you have killed them. Oh man, just this one pack in particular. Oh, slightly reduce the damage dealt and number of projectiles fired by Balak. This guy, he has feather spray. I think this is the Death Bird, right? The Tornado Bird and the Trial of Chaos. If I'm not mistaken. Iron Enforcers no longer use a tentacle grab skill. Yeah, fuck that actually. Something was really off with that because it stuns you for like 3 seconds, but there was like no stun animation and whatever. I'm not sure how that worked. They hit you and then it was just kind of like invisible and you just stand there and you can't do anything. Patrolling monsters can no longer be imprisoned in essences. Wood. Incrementally improved monster behavior. Okay. Any word on Max will be updated? My deck's already ready for theorycrafting. Wait, how? With what? We don't have a data mine or anything. We don't have a tree. We don't have skills. What exactly do you want to do? I guess the only thing you could do is like, make like the Ascendancy or something, but I mean, that's like the smallest part. And quest changes. You must now open the Halani gates before you can advance the ascent to power quest to the point of being able to throw the trial of the Sakamas. Interesting. So you kill Babala and then you go through the gates zone and do that. Fight Shamanra, and then you can do trial. Earning passage quest now ends on entering the Endura caravan, rather than after speaking to Sarka and Bastille outskirts. Okay. Interesting. Added the ability to spectate party members if it died in combat. Added the ability to pan a minimap overlay when using a controller. That was not possible before? You can't skip a butter and I couldn't go to the trials. Yeah, that makes sense. It's just that now you can kill Babala, but you cannot go after you killed her. You still have to do the zone and the next zone and the boss. GGC said. Why do you want to observe party members if I died? Well, maybe you want to get good. So you're gonna ask your friend who's good to help you out, and then you watch him. Okay, what else? Actually, almost at the end here of the patch notes now, finally. That we can kind of like think about the bigger picture. Oh shit, where were we? Yeah. Lots of random stuff. Hovering over any instance of the presence keyword will now show an indicator around the character. Visualize your presence radius. Oh, that's nice. Hovering over a skill on your bar now displays a shortened description of the skill's behavior. A button prompt to open the skill information panel. The installing menu can no longer be closed if you have an item placed in it. Visual reward menu now pauses the game. Item filter, gem level filtering now applies to uncut gems. Leveling up gems changes are now highlighted more obviously. Improved invisibility and readability of text and icons under monster life bars. The number of improvements to the stats displayed on the character panel and skill information panels. For example, the character panel now displays your modified energy shield, recharge delay, and annual thresholds. Okay, that's good. I wonder if there's anything about accuracy. Like it is not displayed if you're using a control and have turned off item levels. Proves many cases in Couch Co-op where the second player could not interact with mechanics or UI elements. Relics can now be quick moved to the relic altar. Added functionality set targeting mode per skill when using a controller. Improved UI panel behavior. there's a controller stuff here. No quick move for Alex was super annoying on controller. Yeah, I can imagine. Okay, microtransaction changes. So I brought a bunch of stuff to PV2 now. A lot of stuff actually. Lots of pets. Look at that. Bug fixes. Fix the bug with skills that allow movement during the actions wouldn't apply this slow at full effect. Wait, what? Fix the bug with skills that allow movement during their actions wouldn't apply their slow at full effect if used with higher values of attack or cast speed and not held down. Interesting. So basically what this means is if you had like high cast speed and you just like tapped Spark or something, means you can like walk faster while attacking at the same rate if you just spam the button and not hold it. Is that what it means? What the fuck? I didn't know about this actually. Like, was this actually like common? Was this like actually like, you know, just some special case? I don't know. I've never heard about this. Yeah, I mean, obviously this is bad, right? This shouldn't exist. You should have the option to spam the button or to hold it. And it's good that they're fixing this. I just wasn't aware even. This is the case before 100% with very skilled castables. And yeah, maybe I just never paid attention to it. I guess the effect probably becomes more prominent the more you had a cast speed stacked later. So I guess early on maybe it doesn't matter much because your attacks are like very slow. And then as they speed up, yeah, it's like, you know, more time where you will just be walking, I guess. So I want to see Shattering Palm real quick again. There was like some other change to it that I didn't really understand what happened. Dealing enough damage to these enemies will shatter the shards, causing an icy explosion that is attack damage. This skill always strikes with your bare fist even if you have a quarter staff equipped. Shattering Palm is actually really strong. I want to see what it did there again. Layers base attack speed on unknown is now 1.4, Killing Palm, Shattering Palm, and Hand of Shooter now have 25% less. Previously 10. So that's 105. 108. So it's almost the same attack speed, it's like slightly less. Shattering Palm explosions now have an additional random delay. The shards of ice now cannot be applied to targets if the shattering pollen damaging strike broke an existing shard on them. What this means is that we can't spam it on single target. That's basically what it means, right? Okay. Doesn't matter too much then. Think about Frozen Locust Shattering Palm builds. What's Shattering Locust again? Or Frozen Locust? Is that a new one? Ah, Spear. Who the F? Next class getting heated straight into garbage can is crazy. Yeah. I actually wanted to play that. I was considering making like my witch or something. In C.2, I should have done it, I guess. Play some Hex Blast as a witch would have been fun. I guess that's not happening now. Fix the bug where Blink could be used to travel through walls. Okay. Fix the bug where Resonating Shield recovered stagger much faster than Inherent Rage Shield skill. Fix the bug where Thunder's Aftershocks could hit enemies too many times. Fix the bug where effects consume shocks could only consume a single shock at once. The target has multiple active shocks, and they now consume and benefit from all of them. Do we have an example here? Is there like a support like this? I can only search for the name here, unfortunately. No? What is going on? A lot of things are going on, guys. Okay. Thank you. Would I call it Anchored Garb was an obvious synergy with Amazon influencers? Wait, what is that? There, Conduit. %, chance to gain a power charge on hit. And lose all power charges on reaching maximum power charges. That's kind of tempting, actually. So power is for the cold infusion. But it says when you consume a power charge, you trigger infuse. And you don't consume them here, you lose them. I don't think this is the same. You can try it, but I don't think this will work, actually. No. There might be some other way of consuming them. Maybe with like a support gem or something. Some quarter staff skills already work with it, since they consume power. Yeah. It's actually very nice. 20% on hit. I mean, this works for multi-hits as well, right? Multi-hits on the same guy, or like AoE hits. So in AoE fights, you can like easily sustain this, right? You like falling thunder, falling thunder, falling thunder. Can do some stuff like that. Lightning Conduit consumes the shock. Yeah, I think ideally I want to try to get something that's like as automated as possible. Need like a support gem or so. I know there's like a support gem that consumes frenzy charges for extra speed. That's another thing for like power. I'm gonna check this out actually. I'm kind of curious about this now. Oh shit. Is there a way to like set up my stash tabs here for the league migration? So that they're all like named and stuff? How's it work in PoE1? Do I have to do it in standard? Okay. So this is all support gems, although it's not really all support gems. Because some support gems are only visible in certain skills, like Warcry stuff. Yeah. Support skills that you use yourself. Yeah, I can do potential, for example. Oh, right. The Warcry schemes are here. Maybe that was a bug they fixed. Yeah, with just support gem, you can easily make this combo work if you get some power charge generation. Anyway, let's continue this here. Where were we actually? Fix the bug where more projectile damage after piercing enemies that grant by quoting high velocity rounds did not function. Yeah. Fix the bug that could cause shield-based attacks and not deal damage. Fix the bug where skeletons impaired on off-ranks could sometimes still use skills if commanded to do so. That's actually hilarious. Yeah. Wait a minute. So demon form has a cooldown, right? So the cooldown does not tick down while you're in demon form? Or what? We're going to be able to change Ascension. Nope, not yet at least. Sounds like it kind of sucks actually. The demon form. You really want to stay, huh? Makes the bug where long fuse support did not prevent grenades from being detonated. Wait. Oh, I never realized there's a cast on block effect here on Smallen. I'm just reading a part about this here. Gain 250 energy when you block. What? Ah. So it displayed 250, but it granted 2.5. And it should actually be 25. Okay, funny. Still a pretty high value, actually. In Goblins, there will be some insane high end uniques that will make this all better. I mean, that would be kind of the target, right? Make like cool items to chase. But on the other hand, it's a PoE. You know, we don't want to have just uniques everywhere in every slot. You need to make sure that uniques are still scarce, and you know, most of the itemization is like in rare items. Wudijo Swalen. It's from the expedition boss. Pin got buffs, the tactician being stepped. No, Pin was nerfed, actually. Why do you say it was buffed? I mean, you probably want to be farming Expedition anyway for the Recombinator stuff. So that's gonna be a good combo if you play Warrior and want to get a shield. You're talking about the Pin stuff from the Tactician. I mean, honestly, in my opinion, this is like the only good stuff in that entire Ascendancy. But it's not even great. Fix a bug where projectiles are cannot chain, such as lightning arrow or chaining off terrain. Fix the bug where thorns were not causing stun, freeze, inactivate, pin, armor break, daze, or knockback. Oh no. I'm surprised the Melee Splash and Arcadis Great Hammer made it for the patch Apocalypse. Yeah, actually, kind of true. The Arcadis Great Hammer is pretty strong. On the other hand, I don't think it's like too crazy or something if you don't have like a trample toe and these kind of things. Like it did enable something like this in your auto attack build, and I think that's okay. Like the base is not that strong anyway, you know, if you compare to the Expert Forge Hammer or something, or the Latin Great Hammer is like the most powerful one, I think. They do have a lot more raw damage. So depending on the build, you know, the Arcadis Great Hammer is just inferior. Update is in 24 hours. Also brings some supports that change how skills fundamentally behave. Yeah, it would be cool to see some more stuff, on the level of, I don't know, chain, scatter shot, and, whatever, right? I mean, they have been pretty creative already, I think. What do you think about Ritualist Bleed build? I don't know. I'm not too impressed by this Bleed Ascendancy ability, but maybe it could be decent. That is the Lord of the Pit boss. Interesting. Fix the bug where crossbow reload speed was not being affected by local attack speed on the crossbow itself. Which is funny because the reload time on the crossbow tooltip actually becomes shorter when there's attack speed on it. And it actually is blue highlighted. Mm-hmm. And what is this? Fix the bug where using demon form would kill your minions when using a controller. Nice. I don't think it's pre-download yet. Who's the side here? Cook something. For ritualist, you can't add items. What do you mean you can't add items? You can just click here. Click here and then... No. Ah, there's like a POB import or something. Okay, I'm not sure how that works exactly. If you can then like change it or something. Maybe you can only import and, you know, look at it basically. What are you gonna do with all that? Okay. Yeah, but I'm full. Yeah, I haven't tried this POB feature yet, Mergy. Is it bleed notable that makes bleed duration 1 second? Does that mean damage is done in 1 second? No, I don't think it's gonna squish the damage. It's just gonna cut it off after 1 second at the same DPS. But it gives you the always aggravate, right? I think. So you don't have to deal with that, basically. Basically, the idea is that they're continuously attacking, applying the bleed all the time. Fix the bug where Gathering Storm erroneously had a strike tag. What the hell is that even? Flip backwards and channels to charge your quarterstaff with lightning. Ah, it's this one. Releasing dashes towards the target location, damaging enemies along the way. Okay. What? Fix the bug or reduce resistances to Trial of Chaos modifier incorrectly granting maximum elemental resistance instead of lowering them. That's hilarious. I never noticed that because I never took that. It's always like, oh, minus max race? I don't want to do that. So I never did it. Any idea what the size of the patch is? I don't know. Probably some gigabytes. So many like random little bug fixes. I'm just kind of going through them real quick and then we're almost done here, I think. Just like trying to find something that sticks out. But there's like, you know, random like small stuff like here. Boss arena in the VAR foundry map did not have an exit available after defeating the boss. I mean, yeah, cool. This is actually interesting. Fix the bug where the visual indicators for proximal tangibility monster modifier were not functioning. So I really wonder how that's gonna change now. Because it's so hard to understand when they fight them sometimes. I think proximal tangibility should maybe be changed a little bit. Like maybe give them like damage reduction based on a distance a bit more or something. But the fact that you can't kill them at all is oof. Sometimes I just fight a guy for a while and then I realize like, you know, after I blasted, like nothing happens. Shit. Is there any reason for people to do party doubling a competitive speed? Yeah, I guess you can like spread out and then like, you know, let people run to a certain boss, kill the boss together, TP somewhere. I guess you have to be careful to not like fall behind on levels too much, but there might be like certain farming zones where you can like catch up a little bit and still come out ahead. For example, in Act 3, you can like send one guy to the Azak Bog for the witch, while the other guy runs to the Chimera, and the other guy runs to the temple, or some stuff like that. Yeah, true. In general, like on some shitty zones where you don't know where to go, it can definitely help to go party and spread out. But on the other hand, like, spreading out, you need to be quite powerful. Monsters become pretty tough pretty fast. Yeah. How many bucks? What? Fix the bug for modifiers on setters did not stack. Multiple players within a party can now have the same setter modifier and will stack. So you can have like multiple like auras and shit at the same time, the same type. What the fuck? Interesting. The curse of giveaways. I'm not the only streamer that are doing this with, meow. It just happens. How am I going to handle the ailments and CC issues? I don't think it's going to be nearly as bad as we believe. So, I don't think I'm going to care. So, that's it. As soon as I have my Chaos Vest capped, I was going to equip an anti-freeze charm and be blasting. Save some time for the 3-hour patch recap video. Yeah, I mean, realistically, if you wanted to make a 3-hour video, then I can just let people read it themselves. So I need to make that better. Warrior Totem Bleed. Holy. I have no idea about totems, and I don't trust that. For bleeds, you generally need to attack with very hard-hitting abilities. If you can do that with the totems, then I guess it works. Puzzle focus first. Yeah, I'm still undecided between Warrior and Huntress. But in both cases, I want to go Spear. This is gonna be so tanky, man. Well, we just play Spark Mage and pretend this patch never happened. I think you're gonna have a rough awakening. Dude, this thing actually drove me mad sometimes. Fix the bug that would allow you to visually allocate more passive skills than you had the points to spend. This happened to me sometimes, and it was just fucking oof. So like, I even managed to like allocate like a point that was not even connected to anything, like on before and after. It was just in the middle of nowhere, floating. Myth and Lich are the hardcore options. Lich that tanky, actually. I guess it has this the energy shield stuff. And the life cannot change, which is kind of good. Need to find out to use this then, though. It literally says you are immortal. Yeah, that's not gonna happen, I think. I'm pretty sure that you can still get one shot through the Eternal Life node. As long as that is possible, you're not immortal. Fix the bug in Couch Score where player 2 was not able to place a jewel in a socket on the passive skill tree until player 1 had allocated a jewel socket. That's hilarious. Fix 5 client crashes. Pork. Okay, just missed the boat. There's no weapon swap shenanigans coming. Okay, what are the changes here? I mean, what? Overcharge support. No longer have shock duration. It now has shocks caused by support skills that are reflected back to you. Wait, for real? I guess you can just like use like immunity to shock and use that, right? Interesting. Huh. Shocks caused by support skills are reflected back to you. That's actually correct. Like as a Stormweaver, I do like 67% shocks or something, times 2. So I can shock myself for like 130%. Wonderful. Get out the ingenuity thing. The course that thing. This is in the same area as the range on tree, yes, but it will have a different starting area. Like the starting areas here for each of the classes, they are individual. The first passives. So we don't know what this will look like here, but that's probably like, you know, some spear stuff or some like, you know, attack damage or whatever, these kind of things. Basically. Well, we reached the end, guys, of the patch notes. What do we think now? Quite the nerfs, that's for sure. False and Tactician. Log out. Battle Totem. Now reveal patterns again. Thoughts on Invoker Spear build. Yeah, I could see that work. Spears has a lot of elemental stuff, Invoker has a lot of elemental stuff. Ingenuity work, Ritualist +1 ring. No, actually. No recommendation for a starter build tomorrow. Well, just like everyone else, you log into Hunters and try your best. I'd say. Unless you log into a Lich and try your best. Already existing ingenuities will not be changed. Yeah, standard stonks going up. No warrior. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people will be tempted to play the warrior, and that's good. But you still have to deal with, like, okay, I mean, you can't play other stuff, right? If I make a warrior, I will maybe try to make like a spear warrior, for example. The start is gonna be very rough like this, because I was like starting in the wrong place at the wrong time. And then have to path like all the way to like nowhere until we get anything. The hunters, they just log in and start blasting. There's like nothing here as a warrior, that's kind of the problem. If you play spear. But if you want to play just a warrior and like, you know, make like a mace build, I mean, that's gonna be great, I think. I would expect rather buffs instead of nerfs on most of the mace builds. They did nerf Perfect Strike a little bit. It's the only thing I've seen. What do you mean, just Mace Strike? That works. Yeah, I might actually do something like that, where I start Warrior and then, you know, do some Mace until, I don't know what, like 2, 3 or whatever. And maybe then do the swap to Spear when I actually have enough points to respec and get something, right? Because you basically have to pop all the way through the shit here. And then the first damage we actually get anywhere is like here. There's not even damage. It's accuracy, and this is melee. So yeah, this would be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. So we need 19 points to reach the starting area here. On the other side, we have like all of the attributes. Stun, threshold, armor evasion, crit reduction. Okay. And in the patch notes, there's nothing about like skill tooltips or something. Maybe they will post them. Usually they post them, but I don't know. At least they post the new stuff. Let's play Spark Warrior. Okay. Okay, let's do a recap. Well, honestly, the recap is just everything's fucking nerfed. I mean, that's it. There's some good stuff in there, like some little surprising things. Yeah, go hardcore as F, I think. How will Tactician hold up? I'm not convinced of Tactician. It doesn't get easier. I wonder what kind of crack builds we're gonna have though soon. Watch out. Easy mode was deleted. Yeah, trade still exists. Pin changes the tactician, that's good now. I mean, the pin thing I feel like was the only good thing about Tactician. Like, generically good at least. You know, maybe you could do something with the totem staff and whatever. I feel like the pin stuff is actually decent on the Tactician because pin is very easy to build. And it effectively acts like a freeze or something when you have the Tactician stuff. I mean, you can still build pin pretty fast, I think. Pin is very fast to build, and if you invest like a little bit into it, you're gonna be fine. But then you don't really have much else there, so. Banner's got a buff. I actually want to see that in action. Red banner. More stun threshold and elemental threshold. %, more armor and evasion. 10% more effect per Veiler. I can have 50 Veiler, right? I get 500 aura effect. 600. Will be changed to Ranger for the Ascendancy. Deadeye got buffed. For the Frenzy notes. That's it. Pathfinder got like some good and some bad things. They moved a lot of stuff from Pathfinder. Liked wall banner before. Yeah, I feel like there's like a problem with banners. Like, first of all, why do we have wall banner that gives us accuracy? Like, why do I want to have a banner that gives me a temporary buff to my chance to hit? Which is like the #1 priority on like every build. Oof. Can you make an item multiple fractured mods if it recombinator? I don't think so. Apparently in PoE1 that's not possible because the fractured mod is tied to the item itself. So to recombinator it selects that item as the the resulting item, then it will also have the fractured mod already. Accuracy banner for the Amazons. Yeah, I mean there was like something like a buff to banners, right? Maybe it was even on Tactician. But I mean All the stuff is kind of like whatever, you know, armor and evasion, accuracy and attack damage, more stun and elemental threshold. Like, man, do I really want to press these buttons even? Anything else? Surprised is I have Magic Find, which is a stat from the bygone era of ARPGs. Yeah, I agree with that actually. I'm not sure why they're so insisting. What about Gemling? Yeah, Gemling will be fine. Yeah, Gemling got nerfed, but it also got buffed actually in some other ways. Grim Feast or Grim Harvest? No, okay, Crossbow-a-thon could be legit meta. Crossbow-a-thon. Tell me more. That's now stronger. Play Chronomancer. Seems nice. There. Grenade. Any stat stacker? What happened to stat stacking besides like gemling stuff? Like edification. Everything about it. I mean, okay, if you include like Hoa was nerfed as well, or something like that. I mean, okay, there might not be like many other like items for stat stacking in the game, right? Honestly, this doesn't sound like it's gonna be dead. I mean, Hoa was just reduced to like half of its previous value, which is plenty. Didn't have to hack out of my Magic Find? They did not. Deadeye is not changing besides the small buff. Pathfinder's changing a bunch. Pillar was nerfed too. True, actually. Okay, but are there any other stat-seeking builds outside of Pillar, Hoa, Gemling shenanigans? Okay, patch. Download. Yeah, actually, interesting buff. Full armor. That's kind of interesting. Interesting. The buff that they made like one of the frenzy notes always give you double, or always count as consuming double. Don't remember, something like that. When you consume frenzy charges, you count as having consumed twice as many. That's what it says. Infernalist minion. Oh yeah, that is actually a Infernalist. Yikes. Wait, so you wanna play crossbow and then throw the spear sometimes, Crucible? Sounds kinda funny actually. Okay, any other stuff, guys? That was like important. Outside of, what we already know, like the overall, all the stuff they've previewed. Just talking about patch notes. It's in the wrong section. I mean, Infernus is not a build, Spears and spears. I think that evolution is worth mentioning. That's worth mentioning that for sure. Ingenuity rework. I guess this is what we should mention there. There's nothing specific to spears, infusions, or any approach. Wait, for real? When you see that? Projectile attacks with dart weapon. Consume infusion, infuse the first projectile fires, causing it to explode at the end of flight. Oh, you're right. I didn't realize. I thought this was only for spears. Damn. Actually legit. I think crossbow might be new meta. Not sure about meta, but I mean, they buffed crossbows. They didn't mention either galvanizing shards or shock burst around in the patch notes. So at most they tweaked the numbers a little bit. And whatever they did with tweaking, if they wanted to nerf them, is probably offset by the buff to crossbows. So yeah, maybe a crossbows are in a pretty good spot actually. At least that build. 600% weapon damage on 200 crossbow base. Yeah, it's a pretty tempting idea actually. Maybe I'll explore that idea tomorrow before we start and I'll do it. I mean, if I decide to log into hunters anyway, yeah, we'll see. Hammer of the Gods. Yeah, I mean, that made a good point. It doesn't necessarily matter that much in normal mapping. It's also like what I discussed earlier. It's only for the pinnacle bosses where you just can't use Hammer of the Gods. Gotta go hardcore with all these nerfs and changes. Well, someone has to do hardcore, I guess. What can I do? That's why I thought I mentioned Falling Thunder when it was talking about the Red Flame Garb build. No, I was just talking about Falling Thunder because I like the skill actually, and it has like this power charge scaling. I mean, I almost entirely only played hardcore so far. I mean, okay, I did like 2 characters on softcore and then 3 on hardcore. But I did play a lot of time on hardcore. I think I have 600 hours, so it's probably like 200 hours softcore, 400 hours hardcore. I think I should be okay. How is Hoa and Pillar dead? It's just damage nerfed. Yeah, it's like halved and halved again. And then 20% less. Yeah, maybe it's fine. Well, it's not just halved and halved again, actually, because both Hoa and Pillar have 2 stats at the same time that are reduced. There's attack speed, and then there's a damage, and it's actually true for both items. So if you halve your stat contributions, then you will have less attacks doing half the damage in both cases, basically. So yeah, it's probably more like a minus 90% for a Hoa, which I mean might still be fine, but you probably need some pretty juicy stuff to get there. You lose massive jewel. Oh yeah, that's actually 12 jewel sockets removed. So that was kind of a surprising thing. Really a surprise, I guess. Dude, look at this like, Infernus entry. It's like half a page of just like fucking nerfs to everything. Actually, here 50% more critical damage bonus. This one was buffed. What was Temporalis again? Minus 2 seconds. Oh, this battery, man. This is actually... Fuck. Eldritch battery. Doubles. Costs. Holy shit. What was this node again? With the ES and the bypass? This one. Heavy buffer. So mention that. Ingenuity is max 30. I guess you can put it here. By Amazon ritual list. If I go Huntress, I'll do Amazon. Any thoughts on Invoker? Which bit will still be good? Invoker, like, if you play quarter stuff. They didn't really mention anything of the physical quarter stuff builds, which I felt were like not really on the same level as like the cold and lightning stuff. Like the Tempest Flurry, Stun Stacking Shenanigans was really good. And then like Ice Strike was really good, and so on. I think quarter stuff is gonna be just fine. Quarter stuff was pretty strong, to be fair. Barrage, no. This is maybe also worth mentioning. Critical weakness. Like a small eulogy for Hex Blast. Man, I never got to play the period 2, man. I really was going to. If I had like Blast more period 2 instead of like all this last Epoch stuff and, like less IL and so on, I would have probably played Black Hex Blast, actually. I really liked it in PoE 1. I played it a long time ago. That was like around the time when Cyrus came out, I think, or something. I played Hex Blast. Played a Chonk Hex Blast. Nice. Yeah, maybe another time. Fees deleted. Actually, Pulse Circle and Herald of Ice should still work, right? Let's realize. The on-kill effects of Herald skills can no longer trigger from kills caused by Herald skills. Oh. So Pulse Circle is dead. Right. Yeah, that is dead. Okay. That is dead, actually. Spell. Isn't 2 bills the overabundance? Yeah, I can do overabundance. But I mean, I guess that's relatively obvious. I mean, the bell now lasts for fewer attacks, so overabundance probably must make sense. You do like bell and then kapow. Dude, Mahook Sortles. I can't believe there's a 100% effect of Soul Cores. Actually, what about the other Soul Core? Soul Core. The spawning modifiers can no longer roll. Oh wait, this is only the chest. The Soul Core of Azkapa has 5% increased quantity of gold dropped by slain enemies. Previously 10% rarity of items found. Oh my god. Exotus for Chinese gold flower drops, let's go. I'm confused why Hexball got nerfed and I don't play it. I think I've seen people play it if I recognize it as that skill, but I'm not 100% sure if it was that skill. And it looked very good. It wasn't just very popular, I guess. Diggy Part 2, alert. Okay, we can watch that. Let me just like finish going through this here. I'm almost done. Does a concoction change? I mean, you have to have our weapon slot empty? Yes. You use a shield and an empty weapon slot. That's how you play concoctions in PoE1, and that's how we're gonna do it now. And I really liked it did that change. Now doesn't seem to make them good again. It looks like they might not be very good now, but who knows. Yeah, I think we kind of caught most of it. Any other comments here on the list? Blink is now movement speed, means no spirit. No, the blink skill is still granted by the spirit gem. It just gets the turtle tag now, I guess. It's just like a pretty minor thing. Although maybe it doesn't replace your dodge roll anymore. But I don't know. Probably it still does. Because it didn't say anything. It wouldn't. Because of the mechanics of infusions and critical strike node. Login. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it in a moment, Crucible, if you wanna wait and... What's that? It's the same link that Crucible just gave us. Yeah, the CGD. We're gonna watch it in a second. So let's check if there's like something in the bug fixes that I maybe should have here. Should probably mention Morior Invictus. Shield. Chest. Definitely think concoctions are dead. Yeah, they sound very dead. Like they sound even like dead to the point where you can't even use them, you know? Because now it costs 5 charges instead of 3, and you also lose the 50% more flash charges gained from the Ascendancy. Like, how the hell are you even going to use it? I don't know. Okay. So, that's what we got here. Everything nerfed. Yeah, this looks fine, right? Yeah, I'm gonna watch it in the next 2 minutes, guys. So I like make sure I kind of get everything now that I have it fresh here. Gonna make like a post later on Twitter and maybe a video. Let me see the Ascendancies again. We have kind of like everything here. Stormweaver. Okay. Yeah, I think kind of caught everything. There might be like some more notes that, like little things that came out, but it's probably fine. If anyone has any other comment of stuff I should add in the list, then let me know. But I try to keep it short, so there's no druid. Okay. Let's do it, guys.
Hello folks, ZD here. Welcome back to part 2 of my hands-on look at the Huntress and Spear skills. If you missed part 1, it's linked in the description, so check it out first. Let's talk about the Amazon Ascendancy before we jump back into the skills. Let's take a look at some of the features here that I had a chance to have hands-on with this particular class. I took the Elemental Infusion node in Act 2 and the Critical Strikes one in Act 3, both of which are going to be very popular choices, I think, and I'll share my experiences with them both. So the Elemental Infusion grants you the skill Infuse Weapon, which causes you to gain 2 stacks of an infusion whenever you consume charges. Power charges give cold infusions, endurance, fire infusions, and frenzy lightning infusions. Whenever you make a projectile attack, an infusion stack is used to add an extra moderately sized explosion when the projectile lands at its final destination. For my throw and spear skills, this was pretty consistently where they stuck into the ground. You'll want to keep this particular aspect in mind, that infusion's explosion isn't on hit. If you pierce and so on, it's going to be where the projectile ends up. So if you're using it with a bow or something, then you might find yourself shooting into walls if you have full piercing. So you'll need to consider whether it's a good choice for your skills or not. They deal attack damage, scaling
so it's gonna be bad for galvanizing
with some pretty
shots,
good base damage numbers. Previews showing over 600% at level 20, and since it's a character skill, it just levels and gains sockets with your character level, which is always super convenient for something like this, especially for League starting. I was using a mixture of parry and disengage, Sniper's Mark for single target, and Combat Frenzy to produce frenzy charges, and I was consuming them with Explosive Spear and Stormlance primarily. That ended up being the build that I settled into. Towards the end of my run, this kept a pretty steady stream of lightning infusions coming my way. It felt quite good, but earlier on in the run when I first got Infused Weapon, I didn't link any sports to it, and I wasn't really generating that many charges so frequently, so at the time, I kind of thought it was unimpactful and bad. It was just like a small extra pop on an already very explosive and flashy spear skill that I was using, so it was kind of hard to actually notice it doing anything. But later on I started using supports with it, and that obviously made a big difference. And the more frequent frenzy charges did mean that I had an almost constant supply of infusion, and then I started to notice it was doing a lot more. You can get a clearer look at what it looks like here in this testing that I'm doing with the basic spear throw skill. It's pretty solid at level 50-ish around here, with just like 3 somewhat random supports that I chucked onto it. It's a little bit bass guitar-ish, I think. It's going to be kind of happening in the background behind all of your other skill effects, but it's going to be that sort of thing that you probably only notice if you uninspect the node and stopped using it. So because you get 2 infusions per frenzy charge, and because they stack, you can feasibly get infusions pretty constantly during gameplay. This means the node infused avatar behind it is something you can take or leave depending on how your setup consumes and generates infusion to try and get yourself full uptime, which is probably going to be the goal for most builds. Possibly not every build will actually need this second notable, which is great. I feel like a lot of the time these are either mandatory or terrible, but this actually feels like it might be optional here depending on your setup. In the end, I was using the bullseye support for extra accuracy since it's an attack, so that works, and that was converted to a decent amount of crit chance with the critical strike ascendancy we'll talk about in a moment. That was giving me around 50% chance with no real crit scaling at this level, and this also worked well with like long shot support to lower the accuracy penalty at longer ranges and give more.
Wait a minute. So it actually shows here 30 and plus 50. No. 30 to 50. What? Ah, look, they actually added here estimated chance at 5 meters, at 9 meters. Guys, like they introduce the accuracy mechanic that gives you up to 90% accuracy penalty at 12 meters. Then they launch the game and only show you this first line here at 2 meters, where you have no penalty, so okay, nice. That's melee range. Now they added 2 more lines. They still didn't add the fucking 12 meters.
with
What
like
the fuck?
long shot support to lower the accuracy penalty at longer ranges and give more damage to the infusion explosions. I was also using Innovate here for a chance to give me the global lightning damage while clearing, which was up pretty often in dense areas, thanks to using exclusively frenzy charges and therefore lightning infusion. Pretty often in dense areas, thanks to using exclusively frenzy charges and therefore lightning infusions. But these were basically just supports that I had lying around that weren't like good enough for my main skills. I had better supports on those already and those were full up. So that just kind of ended up here. But even just with those random eclectic collection, that worked quite well. But there are likely way better options that you can explore. Overall, I really like Infusion, and it'll be a solid clear speed boost and potentially even single target enhancement if you're getting Frenzy or pre-stacking the infusions before bosses. So the Critical Strike Notable is certainly standing out to people as a core Amazon passive, and I'm here to say, yep, I think it's going to be a fundamental part of why you picked the Ascendancy. Thanks for attending my TED Talk. Normally accuracy caps out at 100% and anything over that doesn't just do anything, so it's kind of wasted. This notable, however, converts any accuracy over that 100% to critical strike chance. It's worded like it's base crit, the devs suggested it's base crit, and to me, it looks like base crit. It quacks like a duck. When I took the node, I went from about 6% on my skills to 16 to 32% extra crit chance from that hit chance. It's got its own special line there. Now remember that accuracy scales with the distance between you and the target, and you can actually see that now with the below 2 meters, which is the max I believe, it's estimated at 132% hit chance, and then beyond that, at 9 meters, it's 116%. So you can see exactly where that range comes from, that 16 to 32 figure. Interestingly, it seems to be...
How much? Okay, he's like level 50 in this clip or something, right? How much increased critical chance does he have already? That he gets 16% at like, okay, this, you know, there's like these two numbers, right? 16 to 32. Can I do this? Yeah, it's based on distance, exactly. So that's kind of cool, actually, here. So, because the further away you are, the less hit chance you have. So it actually shows you that's like probably the 12 meters, and this is like the 2 meters. You know? Like basically what you see here. Yeah, and then here this would be, well, something that doesn't exist right now. There needs to be a fucking 12 meters, you know, like here. It lines up with the distance below. Yeah, you might be right about that, actually. So I think this number is actually inaccurate here. Because you're only supposed to get a quarter of the overcapped hit chance, right? But here it looks like, you know, basically you have to imagine this, right? And this. Like if you look at this, then yeah, it looks like this is way too optimistic. Unless he actually has like 300% extra increased crit chance at this point, which I strongly doubt. This is like kind of like high end, you know, unless he took like all the nodes on the tree already or something. This seems a bit sus. But okay. We'll see.
It's now with the...
Like, especially considering his main crit chance is only 6.5. He probably doesn't really have like any increased crit chance. So how the hell does he have that much here? This doesn't make sense.
10% extra crit chance from that hit chance. It's got its own special line there. Now remember that accuracy scales with the distance between you and the target, and you can actually see that now with the...
Yeah, if he was all in on crit, he would not have 6.5. That's what I'm saying. 50 equals 50 crit chance roughly with no scaling. Yeah, I think the tutor is inaccurate. This tutor cannot be right.
Below 2 meters, which is the max I believe, it's estimated at 132% hit chance, and then beyond that, at 9 meters, it's 116%.
Unless he actually goes for all the crit nodes.
Comes from that 16
okay, wait a minute, what kind of crit nodes exist there? Let me see that. Fuck, I have way too many things here.
Figure. Interestingly, it seems...
Like, let's look what's available here. Crit. Because it's mostly like... Please... Critical... Damage. Critical, hit, chance. So here we are, right? There's not really that much. There's 10. Maybe there's something in the starting area, okay. Then there's this here, that's like 8%, 8%. Here's a little bit, 10, 10. So maybe like you can combine this like, let's say 50. Then he could have taken this here. He could have like 100. Not much more than that at this point. Yeah, unless he like pathed all the way up here, but we saw him. He actually showed a clip where he had this node and this here and so on. Like he pathed down here, and there's also the spear nodes. So he definitely pathed down here. I mean, he's like level 50. There's not much more he's gonna do after that. You know, he picks up something here, something there, paths down here. Maybe he went all the way here, but he certainly didn't go all the way up here and then, you know, take like this cluster or whatever. And as I said, his... Actually, we can see this. Actually, I have the planner here. Can you put a spear? I mean, okay, these are old data mines, you know, they're not necessarily accurate, but 5% crit chance, 5% crit chance, 10%, 5, 5, 6.5, 5, 5, 5, 5, and so on. So, you know, realistically, with his main crit chance, yeah, this part, right? This. The maximum he can have is plus 30% at this point. If he has a 5% weapon. Yeah. So this tooltip does not math. This tooltip is not right.
Seems to be
unless the Ascendancy node is different. Gain additional critical hit chance equal to 25 with excess chance to hit with attacks. Nope. This is what it says. He should get a quarter. And the tooltip displays 100%.
On passive, and I'm here to say, yep, I think it's going to be a fundamental part of what's great. When I took the node, I went from about 6% on my skills to 16 to 32% extra crit chance from that hit chance. It's got its own special line there. Now remember that accuracy scales with the distance between you and the target, and you can actually see that now with the below 2 meters, which is the max, I believe. It's estimated at 132% hit chance, and then beyond that, at 9 meters, it's 116%. So you can see exactly where that range comes from, that 16 to 32 figure. Interestingly, it seems to be separate lines to the base crit chance. I thought it would just kind of be added on top. So it looks like the 6% base is probably still there doing its own thing, and then this is like added on afterwards, after it's calculated on hitting the monster. And that kind of makes sense because it needs to take into account the monster's evasion and distance from you. I kind of figured with how much crit you're getting here and the fact that it's a separate line that it would be unscalable, but looking at my crit chance later on the infusion screen, you can see the range of my crit chance is 42 to 56%, which is much higher than the 130 to 140% accuracy that I have. So there's obviously some kind of scaling going on there. That's what it's suggesting, at least. Don't take it as full confirmation, just hypothetical, but the evidence looks to be there. We'll need some more testing in dev comments just to know for sure how all of this crit stuff scales together. But either way, I think this is insanely good. Giving you accuracy as an axis for scaling, crit is big for gearing and passives. All of a sudden, those wasted extra accuracy rings and things like that are actually doing something. There's a lot of places to get that as well, and there's a lot of good nodes that you might have not really looked at before because you didn't need any more accuracy, but now they're like really good crit nodes. And that lets you free up a lot of space to invest in crit damage, of course, as well. And since nodes like Falcon Dive exists, you can scale attack speed at the same time too. And there's potentially room for dex stacking, since that gives accuracy, especially if something like Hand of Wisdom in action is still any good. And don't forget about Falcon Technique too, which scales dexterity, so they're kind of scaling the same thing at the same time there. And overall, this was actually impactful right from the get-go when I took it as a leveling node. Usually crit chance is something that's harder to get enough of while leveling for it to be impactful, but you get such a substantial amount here that I actually felt it while leveling, which is my like benchmark for a good, fun, notable. I want to feel it while leveling when I take it, and that is definitely the case here in the campaign. I won't comment on the rest of the Ascendancy because I didn't explicitly test them, but these are the ones I had hands on, and both infusion and accuracy crit are looking really solid to me. Next up, Blood Hunt is a pretty wicked melee attack that lunges you at a target. It interacts with the blood loss mechanic I covered in the last video for Herald of Blood. So if the target has suffered blood loss, it's consumed, and 25% of that total bleed damage is...
Holman gave 100% on Deathbird, though. His version wasn't trying. Wait. Where did he see that, though? He showed it. Ah, here, wait a minute.
Benchmark for a good, fun, notable. I want to feel it while leveling when I take it, and that is definitely the case here in the campaign. I won't comment on the rest of the Ascendancy, because I didn't explicitly test them, but these are the ones I had hands on, and both...
Yeah, look, this is why. 25% of excess chance to hit. No, wait. It says 25% of excess chance to hit. It does say, the tooltip is different, but it still does 25%. Yeah, so this, you know, the tooltip that we saw, I think that it's just wrong. It just like takes 100% for some reason, and not 25%. So
infusion is a in the last video for Herald of Blood. So if the target has suffered blood loss, it's consumed, and 25% of that total bleed damage is dealt as a non-scalable physical damage explosion. The area of effect of the explosion also scales up to 100% larger, depending on the amount of blood loss that they've suffered. This is a pretty great payoff skill, I think, here, and kind of a big deal for bleed builds to have something like this. It's a way to effectively trigger the bleed again for an instant damage spike, and the fact that they've built it around this blood loss mechanic instead of like triggering an existing bleed to speed it up or something, which is usually how these sorts of things are done. This is, I think, way better. It's the sum total of bleeds that you've done to the target up to that point that as this like separate blood loss mechanic is so good. It'll be a great skill to have on your bleed build when like an enemy or pack needs to die like right now. I need to get rid of them because you can pop it and not have to wait for that dot, which is obviously often a weakness of damage over time builds, that they can be in danger while they wait for something to die. You can speed things along. And of course, it's obviously really important for helping single target in bleed setups too. I did start a bleed focused second run, but I didn't have enough time to get to a high level on that. I only got a brief look at it. I didn't get to test it in a real scenario, but it looks very good. The mechanics, the numbers, everything about it looks very appealing to me. And I think it's just exactly the sort of thing that bleed builds want. It's almost a way to trigger Herald of Blood style effect earlier without needing to kill them, and it also works on bosses, which Herald of Blood obviously doesn't really. So as this is a payoff for bleed and doesn't need to actually cause bleeds itself, you can use the blood loss support to scale its damage nicely. The new blood in the eyes support as well should be pretty interesting option here on Amazons, because Hobble as a mechanic lowers evasion, effectively allowing you to scale your crit.
Hobble. Hobbling a target lowers evasion by a specified amount. This brings the target's evasion value to 0. They are fully hobbled. Hobble from players lowers evasion by 3 times as much against normals and 2 times as much against magic. Hobble equal to 50% of physical hit damage dealt by supported skills against bleeding enemies. So what the hell does fully hobbled do?
Chance further. If the enemy's evasion is lower, your effective hit chance is higher, and thus your crit is higher with that node. So that'd be pretty nice for boosting your damage for your next bleed and then the next blood hunt after it. And don't forget the new rip and tear supports as well, which seem like a good pairing with this, if you're using it primarily for clearing at least. Give you some big life recovery scaling. Now just a quick note that Glacial Lance wasn't working in the build that I played. It's an Ice Throne Spear.
Actually makes quite a difference. Like, the highest level monsters in the game have roughly 700 evasion. If you actually get rid of that 700 evasion with a 5k accuracy character, you go from 131% hit chance to 150. That is actually noticeable.
Skill, note that for clearing at least, give you some big life recovery scaling. Now just a quick note, that'd be pretty nice for boosting your damage for your next bleed and then the next blood hunt after it. And don't forget the new rip and
supports melee attack skills you use yourself. Killing blows or support skills on bleeding enemies create a blood remnant. Blood remnants increase your life regeneration for a short while. Supports melee attack skills you use yourself. On-kill effects caused by killing blows or support skills on bleeding enemies have a chance to occur twice. We've seen this.
Tear supports as well, which seem like a good pairing with this, if you're using it primarily for clearing at least. Give you some big life recovery scaling. Now, just a quick note that Glacial Lance wasn't working in the build that I played. It's an Ice Thrown Spear skill, but it's got the wrong icon and it wasn't really playable, so we'll have to wait and see on that one. I can't give you any look at that one. The only other ice skill is Fangs of Frost, and having that freeze is really useful for combat frenzies, for generating frenzy charges, so having a ranged option to do that could be really good, but we'll have to wait and see what the skill does. I know nothing about it. Sniper's Mark obviously isn't a new skill, but it's the other option on gem level 7 skills here, and it's quite relevant as a way to generate frenzy charges on bosses on demand without needing to parry. So that's pretty helpful for your damage output. You drop a mark on them, causing the next crit you deal to get some extra decent bonus damage to critical hit damage, which is either good or not that important depending on the skill you're doing. If you just hit them with a small hit and consume that, you're not really going to get much damage in the end. But more importantly really is the fact that the mark is consumed when you crit the target to give you a frenzy charge, so that you can do your empowered spear throw and generate infusions and all of that good stuff. The Perfusion support gives you a chance at an extra charge too, so it's obviously a good pairing here. And Sniper's Mark, like all marks, is pretty mana hungry, so you will have to restrain yourself from spamming it too much, which is really what this skill wants you to do. I used Inspiration to help a little bit, lower those mana costs. With the Frenetic passive from the skill tree and the Perfusion support, I was able to get pretty consistent frenzy charges in boss fights with this, with just recasting Sniper's Mark every so often between volleys of thrown spears. It's not really something you have to do, but it is a pretty nice boost to your damage to weave in there. On to gem level 9, the first skill we're taking a look at here is Thunderous Leap, a very satisfying movement skill akin to Leap Slam. It doesn't seem to be quite as fast as Leap Slam, and I couldn't really animation cancel the landing like you can with it to speed it up, but still overall combined with Dodge Roll and Disengage, this skill gives you a ton of mobility, and of course, the most important feature, the ability to jump over gaps and ledges. Apart from lightning conversion, this skill does one other important thing, it's a detonator. So you can use it to jump on your Storm Lancers, Explosive Spears, and the Rapid Assault Stuck Spears to explode them. And that is super satisfying. Because it's a slam too, you can use Fist of War for 20% more damage in AoE, which makes it even more satisfying to leap in and blow up a bunch of spears. Really, it's just such a nice thing that they threw into this archetype to be able to, you've thrown those ranged spears, they're just sitting there, instead of waiting for them to explode, you jump in and do melee damage, and that explodes them, and that feels very epic. I think every spear build will use this either for mobility, for blowing up thrown spears, even bleed builds as a way to detonate those stuck spearheads, and there's just so much utility for skills like this too, like Shocking Leap for shocked ground, Jagged Ground to slow enemies, or Holy Descent for consecrated ground to heal you. I personally will never not use this skill on a spear build. So Bloodhound's Mark is a new mark skill for, you guessed it, bleed builds, pretty obvious. This one's pretty different. It causes the marked target to gain heavy stun build-up from blood loss. I don't think we've ever seen a damage over time contributes to stun build-up effect like this before, and that's pretty cool. A damage over time, heavy stun build-up from blood loss. I don't think we've ever seen a damage over time contributes to stun build-up effect like this before, and that's pretty cool for bossing or for dealing with nasty rares. The second part of the skill is that when the marked target dies or gets heavy stunned, there's a bleed explosion, much like Herald of Blood or Blood Hunt, with a little bit of a twist. The explosion deals its own base physical damage as an attack in an area, and it doesn't scale with your weapon. It gains up to 100% more area and damage based on specifically how much heavy stun has been caused by blood loss specifically. So the more you're focused on bleeds, the chunkier it's going to be. Fortunately, Bloodhound's Mark doesn't compete with Blood Hunt and Herald of Blood though, in that it doesn't consume the blood loss. That's really key here. Only the mark itself is consumed, and the damage from Bloodhound's Mark is its own independent thing. That means it can stack with those other effects. The explosion seems like, to me, a bit of a bonus aspect of it. You can scale it with supports and things like that, but I think the real allure of this gem is enabling stun on a build that's primarily focused on damage over time, something that you wouldn't normally get. And getting a heavy stun is, of course, how you can make use of the Rupture support to aggravate bleeds, which is essential for bleed DPS. After all, a heavy stun target is sitting still and not moving around, so they're not taking that bonus damage, so you'd kind of be like doing yourself a disservice there, but thankfully that support exists. I think Rupture would be amazing on Bloodhound Marks itself, since it will hit the heavy stunned enemy with the explosion, so it should work. We'd need to make it just double sure with a bit of testing, but that seems like it would work. The final new level 9 gem here is Tame Beast. A pretty significant one for a lot of different builds potentially here. This technically isn't a spear skill, just kind of themed to the Huntress, but anyone can use it. It has some awesome utility potential as it lets you choose a rare beast type monster and basically put it in a Pokeball. The gem you cut itself is actually Tame Beast, which gives you a skill to hinder a beast. Then if you kill that hindered beast, the gem is converted into a companion gem with that beast permanently locked inside it. These stored beasts can be stashed and swapped around whenever you want, but there is one unique restriction here. They cannot be traded to other players, and that's a massive relief because otherwise the economically correct decision would be to always have like a bunch of tame beast gems in your inventory to catch any valuable beasts you run across to sell, and that'd be fun for a minute, but it'd very quickly get old. Anyway, the now tamed beast is a spirit skill with a percentage spirit cost based on some kind of math about how significant that specific beast is. Presumably bigger, stronger beasts take more spirit and little grubs take less, but I don't really know how things like auras are factored in. What exactly scales that number? Something people will figure out over time. Activating the beast summons it, and the great news here is that if it dies, it revives automatically after a few seconds. I'm so glad we're over the like resummoning golems meta, and we just have these things just auto-summon now. One of my favorite changes about minions and companions and things in PoE2. You can see the beast's type and the modifiers on the gem itself, and any core skills,
had a very long day.
Rare modifier effects are all able to be used to your benefit from the beast. I was testing this pretty early on this build, so they were actively working to get the, I don't know, like hundreds or thousands of monster skills and effects to just work for the player and not like accidentally kill them or do other random stuff. So not everything I tested during this hands-on worked. Like I got a monster that had energy shield aura and it wasn't working, but energy shield auras will work. The first beast I got was this cute roly-poly. And since the aura wasn't working yet, I gave it some pats and I sent it on its way after a little while. And I found a walking fish with shocked ground skill that did work. This was really cool for wind skills because it was an easy activator for that bonus added lightning damage. That's actually very nice. And it had a fair amount of uptime. And since you can support these companions, you can put things like increased area of effect or the ingenuity support to scale uptime of skills like this. And, you know, look at their coverage and all that. I used this little fishy bro for quite a long time, and I was pretty happy with him tagging along to shock enemies, just doing his job. Much later on, I tested a beast that had a healing pulse, and I was really impressed with how much healing it did. It was like a really powerful flask effect, and it happened pretty often. That pulse also suppresses enemy healing too, so it'll deal with any like regens and annoying stuff like that. And of course, you can reduce the cooldown and things like that on it too. So as this is a companion, which is a new type of minion effectively, you're limited to just one companion, so one tamed beast. And you will also have to choose between this or the rower, as that's also a companion, the rower mount. Unless, that is, you pick up the new trusted kinship keystone that lets you have one of each. I didn't get to test the rower sadly, as it was a bit higher level in a spirit gem, so I couldn't just get my hands on one. It could be a little bit tricky for a while there. That keystone does come with a defensive downside, but that's probably because of things like the new loyalty companion support skill that shifts 10% of the damage you take to your companion, so that's really nice as well, along with just like the utility of companions, I suppose. So I don't know how worth it that keystone will be. 30% loss of evasion is not great, but we'll see what sort of utility these two things bring, and if you just can't live without a rower and a tamed beast, then you may well want to pick that one up. Tamed Beast overall is frankly nuts. I can't believe the work GGG has made for themselves with this and Spectres to just test and tune every single monster ability and rare modifier and all that. There's just like a limitless amount of options for beast companions and rare modifiers here. And I've only really been thinking about things like utility, like auras and ground effects and healing pulses. I'm not sure if there's also going to be some like a death trap.
On hardcore, definitely not going to use the roar.
Other status effects that can be done by certain specific creatures that do something that does something we don't ever even thought about up to this point. It's going to be a fun experience of looking at all of the beasts you encounter and just being like, I wonder if that's going to be something I should get. There's also plenty of support on the tree to scale them, and a damage cluster down in the Huntress area even lets you scale both your companion damage and yours with the same nodes, reminiscent of the minion damage notable from PoE 1. And to be honest, this looks good even without a companion for like those, you know, those builds that have damage types that are a little bit harder to scale, like bleed and poison. On the topic of spirit skills, Caltrops is a spirit skill that drops 3 Caltrops whenever you dodge roll. They deal a little bit of physical damage and maim on hit. I was a bit disappointed though to find out that they don't work with disengage. I know disengage isn't dodge roll, but it kind of works in much the same way, and I half hoped that it would. Disengaged Caltrops would have been really fun and maybe want to use this a bit more. It's a pretty low impact skill, to be honest. Maim is just easy to get elsewhere. Even just like the maiming strike notable in the Huntress area is like right there on the main path, and it's kind of good for damage anyway. It does have some cute details, like the damage scales with thorn scaling. And since they're a projectile, I guess you could use scattershot, which I didn't think to test at the time. And if you're scaling hazards for a spearfield build, then there's some synergy there. But overall, I only really see this getting some niche use for the just trade-off of using this instead of another spirit skill. I think there's other better options for most builds, right? I like the idea, but it seems kind of hard to justify, I think, in most builds, unless there's some like nice utility from certain supports or items that I'm missing. I'll probably look like an idiot when it's discovered that there's some super easy giga-busted combination here that everyone ends up using. Prove me wrong. On to level 11 gems. The first of the two level 11s we have our Elemental Sundering, which is a build-around elemental attack designed to detonate, freeze, ignite, and shock on enemies or corpses. Just a note, this gem was a bit unfinished here, playable, but it was missing effects and such, so we'll only take a brief look at it. The skill does no damage with the playable, but it was missing effects and such, so we'll only take a brief look at it. The skill does no damage with the initial pulse, but the pulse detonates any statuses in the area, basically. The explosion damage ranges from very high on frozen enemies to lower on the shocked and ignited ones, since, you know, those are easier to apply ultimately. Ground effects do work with this as well, so you can detonate them, or more specifically, like a shocked ground, the shock that it applies to an enemy can be detonated. And that shock ground, if it's still there, will just reapply that after a short delay. The real potential for this one seems to be if you have some nice like proliferation style effects or lots of lingering ignites and such on corpses, so that you can get a lot of overlapping explosions to blast down rares and big packs, but it's kind of hard to judge how good this one's going to be. The use case is a bit unusual in that it requires you to apply ailments to many enemies to do much with it, and in most cases, if you're doing that, the enemies are going to be dead, and unless there's a bunch of enemies in that same place and then you can detonate the corpses, you're not really going to need to use it a lot of the time, which was ultimately the case for me while leveling. But I'm not ready to write this skill off, as I think there will be some strong uses for it. It seems like one of those skills that someone's going to figure out how to break the game with. The other level 11 skill is Whirlwind Lance, which is a thrown spear that creates whirlwinds. Same as Whirling Slash. Whirlwinds are kind of their own separate secondary skill effect, and this creates them too. The lance is a simple but somewhat hard-hitting spear throw. If it kills something, it creates a stage 3 whirlwind straight up, normally just stage 1, and it'll also consume a frenzy charge if able to create a stage 3 whirlwind, so you've got two ways of doing that there. A big difference between this and Whirling Slash, besides being a ranged attack, is that you can throw and boost whirlwinds up stages still, but you can also create up to 5 separate whirlwinds in different locations if you position them far enough away from each other. The whirlwinds work a little differently here too. These whirlwinds collapse and explode not when you leave them, since you're not even in them to begin with, but when you actually enter them for the first time. So you can place them and then dash in, maybe for a melee attack or something, to explode them. It's the opposite of Whirling Slash, which detonates when you leave them. It seems like both Barrage and Scattershot could work with this, but I didn't get a chance to test this skill too much. I'm guessing it means that if you threw 3 spears or if you barraged, you would be effectively always creating stage 3 whirlwinds, which could be good. Overall, it's kind of a tough skill to judge. It seems like it has pretty good potential, and you can of course use it as a combo piece to create whirlwinds to empower your twisters at range, which might be the primary use case maybe. Level 12 skills are typically the big cooldown or payoff finisher style skills, and that's certainly the case here. The first is Wind Serpent's Fury. It's the only melee spear attack I believe that uses frenzy charges. The rest are all ranged attacks. On use, it thrusts your spear forwards and consumes all frenzy charges to create a twisting wind. On use, it thrusts your spear forward.
888 attack damage.
Consumes all frenzy charges to create a twisting wind serpent per frenzy charge consumed. The thrust itself is a slow but pretty heavy hitting attack with built-in knockback, and each serpent also hits and knocks back enemies as well, with increased distance against unique enemies, which is kind of necessary as often unique enemies are just not very pushable. This skill is designed to push things that you can't normally push. If you do manage to push a smaller enemy into a bigger one, or any enemy into a wall, then the skill also creates a shockwave that deals extra damage in an area. And I imagine scaling, knockback range, and things like that are probably going to be where this skill starts to really shine, especially in tight maps where you can get a lot of enemies to kind of just smash into each other and then smash into a wall for a whole bunch of shockwaves. Probably going to be very satisfying. It's really hard to see the potential here from just the footage of me testing it briefly, but I think in, you know, the right build, that especially something that's able to generate frenzy charges consistently, we're going to see, like, I don't know, builds one-shotting bosses with this by just bullying them into a wall. Since this has no cooldown, you can probably use it really often as well, so as long as you can just keep those frenzy charges going, you can keep blasting snakes all over the map. It's likely very much a build-around skill, and probably a pretty good one, I suspect. Spear of Solaris is the final skill, and it certainly stands out. Quite delightfully over the top indeed. Spear of Solaris is a 30-second cooldown, sustained AoE projectile over the top. Top indeed. Spear of Solaris is a 30-second cooldown, sustained AoE projectile skill. You throw a spear into the air while jumping backwards, and after a moment the spear lands for a heavy hit of damage that cannot be evaded. Then a big old orbital beam from the sun fires down and pulses fire damage rapidly for 4 seconds. It also drops expanding burning ground with pretty high damage that gets stronger over time until it peaks right before expiring. So you can't add projectiles to do shenanigans with that. And it also doesn't have a duration tag, so you can't kind of extend the duration of the beam. But as it is a cooldown skill, you can indeed use the second wind support to get down 2 of them for the trade-off of a longer cooldown, which I think is kind of a non-issue here, because if your plan is only really to use this at the start of a boss fight or something, then that's a pretty good choice. While it doesn't have a duration tag, the burning ground should still be supportable with Despoiler, I suspect. That'll need testing, and it's got some pretty big damage on that burning ground, so it could really be worth it to have that stick around for longer. Generally speaking, with big cooldown skills like this, the question is always just whether you want to dedicate the skill slot and the supports that could go elsewhere to something that you can't use constantly. It's hard to say. I didn't feel like it was too worthwhile during leveling, and I had a lot of skills competing for my attention on the Huntress and on the spears in general, but it's got some really big numbers, so I'm sure it'll see some use in endgame. Honestly, its biggest downside is that it's just a bit too epic. You can't really see anything when you use it, especially if you use 2 of them. I have no idea what the boss is doing when it's being beamed. So that's the skill overview done. I hope you enjoyed these early looks at the Huntress and the spear skills and mechanics. While not all of the skills clicked with me, many of them did, and really importantly, the fundamentals like parry, disengage, thunderous leap, and that whole melee range mix just felt really good to me. The Huntress and Spears are a complex playstyle with lots of possible interactions to explore. You could honestly spend a season just messing with builds in this one archetype. I loved the Explosive Spear and Storm Lance combination for Elemental, and the Bleed skills felt really fun in general. I do really hope that Bleed comes together, because I know the damage type as a whole had a lot of issues in 0.1, but hopefully here with a fair bit more support, it'll be worthwhile now, because that Bleed playstyle is really appealing to me, and I want those skills to be good because they feel and look really good. I think the safest choice is going to be the elemental approach with wind skills or frenzy spear throws, so I don't think you can go wrong with either of those if those look appealing to you. And Amazon overall as a class is really flexible because it's going to work with both elemental and bleed setups just fine. That crit scaling is a really good choice for those. I haven't decided which route I'll go with. Maybe after the patch notes, I'll see if Bleed looks like it's going to be good enough as a whole, because those skills and that playstyle seem the most fun and dynamic to me. I'm just a little bit concerned about single target, but AoE clear is obviously going to be fine with Herald of Blood and Rake. Anyway, I'll try and do some leveling theorycraft guides maybe if I have some time after these videos, or something after launch, either way. But that's it for now. I'm Ziggy D, and thanks for watching.
Okay, that was nice. We don't have the new support gems, that's on 0. So that we don't know, just a few we have seen. Also most of the unique items. But it's gonna be good to start farming Ranger, Lightning, Monk. Yeah, I think Lightning, Deadeye might be a pretty good choice again if you want to do something like that. Monk as well. They should both be fine. Yeah. Spear looks so spicy. Yeah, it does look cool. Just have to figure out how to do some damage. Is there an option to make Blade Amazon work? It definitely looks like it. There's like a Herald of Blood. It's like a new Herald that supports this, and there was like this, some supports and some skill, Rake. So it looks like there is some stuff for Bleed that could make this good. I'm not planning to go Bleed. I want to try more of the elemental stuff with the infusions. My prediction for strongest class. I know. Mercenary. Stat stacking again, maybe. Even with the nerfs. Otherwise, no clue. Maybe Lich could be pretty OP, or... yeah, I don't know. Maybe Monk. Hard to say. Like, Ice Strike Monk, for example, is still gonna be really good, to be fair. Will we have enough souls to generate frenzy charges is the question. I mean, frenzy charges are pretty easily generated. Yeah, Combat Frenzy can get 1 every 4 seconds from like freezing or electrocuting or pinning. So as long as you do one of those. There's also frenzy charges from the disengage. Bleed Warrior. That could be a thing as well. Oh boy. Well, guys, I think I'm gonna call it now. So I'm gonna make some preparations, and I'm gonna be back tomorrow. I'll be up before the start anyway, so I'm probably gonna come back sometime in the afternoon, a few hours before. Start chilling here, start looking at the tree and whatever. Maybe they're gonna give us some more teasers. Get ready. We'll see. Ranger, Deadeye with crossbows, shockburst round, and galvanic shards. And we just talked about doing that on an Amazon and not on a Deadeye. But I guess... and the thing is, you don't really have much on Deadeye for this, Like the plus some projectile doesn't really help you. I guess you can do far shot. Yeah, maybe if you do this as a Deadeye, you can do like the tailwind stuff, the damage reduction. So I do like, yeah, far shot, this, and this, for example. But realistically, I don't think you really need this. I think this is not a great node, and this doesn't really help you. Maybe it does, actually. I have 6 fragments per shot. So an extra projectile just adds 1 more, right? So then get 7. I guess it's still something. Shock burst rounds. I'm not sure how this works with these crossbow skills exactly when you have extra projectiles. Yeah, I'm not sure like what projectile quantity does on shock burst rounds, for example. Like the crossbow skills are a bit weird. So fires 2 in a burst on shock burst. So okay, it sounds actually good. So each individual, like, it's like a clip of many projectiles, right? Shock burst. How many does it have? Ammunition. Okay, so you have 19 bolts. So you actually get 19 times 2 in that case. And it just does like ding, 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 or something like that, or what? Does it say it here? A group of multiple projectiles is fired from the same source at the same time, only one projectile in a group. No, this doesn't say anything about crossbow skills here. Maybe you can find something. Multiple projectiles fired from a single crossbow skill can all hit the same target, and single projectile skills fire additional projectiles in sequence rather than in a spread. So I guess you probably would actually do this. This might not be bad. Okay. Yeah, maybe I actually want to do Deadeye in that case. Seems like a good choice. Like, there should probably be something like in a range of like a 50% more multiplier done, right? At least for shock burst. And then for galvanizing, it's like a 16%. It's pretty good, actually. I thought it just wouldn't do anything, but apparently I guess it does. Get this out. Is it a real build? It is a real build. Does it have a bombard crossbow though? It's just RNG. Wait, and it's not a physical one. That's interesting, actually. Fire, lightning, and elemental damage attacks. What the hell? What? Nerfed Hoa. Okay. I see. Yeah, it seems to make sense. But there. And here. And going crit as well. Okay. Yeah, I'm not decided yet. Like, I'm not gonna start with galvanizing shards, although it does look like a pretty solid setup. But I think, you know, for the start, I would definitely want to do the Hunter's experience. Maybe as a second character, I will do this. Could be really good. But then I will have to decide, do I want to do Witch Hunter? Do I want to do Deadeye? Do I want to do Hunters again? For crossbow stuff? We'll see, I guess. Ah, true. Controlled metamorphosis. I didn't really think about this one. So he has it here, I guess, and then ding, 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 ding. Never mind, yeah. Play a Warbringer. I'm not sure what I would do on Warbringer, to be honest. If anything, I'm gonna do a Warbringer to do like Warcry stuff, maybe. But I'm not really in the mood for that just yet. I think we're gonna look for other interesting options first. I'm gonna raid someone, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed it. People here. Let's go raid DM. Yep, I'll see you guys.